Cherry blossom, good evening, dear friends, and welcome to tonight's enchanting bedtime story session. As the gentle whispers of spring beckon us, we're so grateful you've chosen to spend this peaceful evening here with us. Tonight, allow these delightful and calming tales to transport you to magical, serene places where your imagination can drift into whimsical worlds. Settle in, feel the warmth of cozy comfort, and let your heart be light. And remember, you can enjoy these stories ad-free over on our Patreon. Sweet dreams and happy listening. Crescent Moon Sparkles. Story 1. The Candlewick Chronicles. In the sleepy village of Hearthshire, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and bread always tasted better when shared, there lived a quiet boy named Theo. His hands were perpetually smudged with charcoal from sketching the world around him. The cobblestone bridges wearing moss-like shawls, the bakery's sugar-dusted windows, the old brass weather vane that sang in the wind. But Theo's greatest love was the village library, a leaning tower of oak beams and stained glass where sunlight pooled on the floors like liquid gold. It was there, one drizzly afternoon, that he found the book with no title. The volume sat apart from the others, bound in cloth the color of storm clouds. When Theo brushed his fingers over its spine, the threads shimmered faintly, as though woven with starlight. Inside, the pages were blank, until he exhaled in disappointment, and his breath stirred the paper into life. Words bloomed like ink dropped in water, forming a single sentence. Seek what the Candlewick knows. Puzzled, Theo glanced at the library's sole candle flickering on the desk, a stout beeswax pillar with a braided wick. As if in response, the flame stretched toward him, casting a shadow that didn't match the walls. Instead of Theo's slumped shoulders and tousled hair, the silhouette showed a path winding through a forest, its trees bent into archways. A voice, soft as the rustle of turning pages, whispered, "3 gifts you'll need. A listener's ear, a question kinder than fear, and hands that unknot as well as they hold." The journey began that evening. Theo packed a satchel with ginger biscuits and a jar of lavender honey, slipped the strange book beneath his sweater, and followed the candle's shadow road eastward. Moonlight silvered the meadows as he reached the edge of the weeping woods, a place villagers avoided, for its willows dripped amber sap that looked too much like tears. But the shadow path glimmered insistently, and Theo stepped forward, only to trip over a small, irate hedgehog. "Must you tread on a philosopher?" snapped the creature, untangling herself from a clump of thistles. She wore tiny spectacles made of acorn caps and willow twigs, and her quills bristled with indignation. "I was meditating on the cosmic irony of rain. Do you know how rare it is to find silence in this chattering forest?" Theo blinked. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you." "Obviously." She sniffed. "But since you're here, you might as well help me find my teacup. It's gone missing, and a proper meditation requires chamomile." Though bewildered, Theo knelt to search. Under a toadstool he discovered a porcelain cup no bigger than a thimble, filled not with tea but with glowing dewdrops. The hedgehog, who introduced herself as Mallow, studied him as he placed it carefully before her. Polite and observant, you'll need both if you're heading to the Threadbare Castle." "The what?" She gestured with her snout toward the heart of the woods. "Where the Candlewick leads, the castle's been unraveling for centuries, tapestries fraying, secrets slipping through cracks. Its keeper forgot how to mend things." Mallow sipped her dewdrop tea. "But you've got the book, haven't you? The one that answers with questions. Clever thing. You know about it." "All librarians do," she said smugly, adjusting her spectacles. "I was assistant curator of the Moss Wing before retiring to contemplate precipitation. Now, about those hands of yours." She pointed at Theo's charcoal-smudged fingers. "Can they draw threads back together?" Before Theo could ask what she meant, a mournful howl echoed through the trees. Mallow's quills flattened. Ah, the skein. The skein, as Theo soon learned, was neither beast nor spirit but a tangle, a snarl of shadows and half-formed memories that prowled the forest, feeding on loneliness. It appeared as a mass of knotted threads, pulsing like a heart wrapped in barbed wire. Where it passed, flowers curled inward, and the air tasted of burnt sugar. "It guards the path to the castle," Mallow whispered as they hid behind a stone draped in ivy. "The last 3 travelers tried to fight it. They're still lost somewhere in its folds." Theo's chest tightened. "How do you stop a tangle?" "By understanding what made it," said a new voice overhead. A great horned owl alighted beside them, her feathers the gray of unspoken secrets. "I am Lyra," she hooted softly. "Keeper of the unfinished letters chamber. The skein was born from a story that refused to end, a prince who sealed his grief away until it grew teeth." Theo remembered the book's advice, a question kinder than fear. Stepping into the clearing, he faced the swirling mass. "What hurts you?" he called. The skein shuddered. Threads lashed out, but as they neared Theo, the book in his satchel grew warm. Blank pages fluttered open, absorbing the darkness like ink. The tangle recoiled, threads loosening to reveal a core of shattered glass. Within the shards flickered a boy's face, frozen mid-sob. "He didn't want to be king," Lyra murmured. But no one asked. Theo approached slowly, drawing a charcoal stick from his pocket. "May I?" he asked the glass. When the skein didn't attack, he sketched on the book's pages, not the prince's crown, but his hands, holding a wounded sparrow, cupping a flame from the wind, offering a flower to a friend. The more Theo drew, the more the threads softened, weaving into the paper until the book swallowed the last knot. The glass core melted into a pool of starlight. From it rose a whisper, "Thank you." Guided by owl and hedgehog, Theo reached the threadbare castle by dawn. Its towers slumped like weary giants, tapestries hanging in shreds. In the highest room they found the keeper, a woman with hair like frayed silver thread, staring at a broken spinning wheel. "She tried to weave the world's sorrows into cloth," Lyra explained. "But some stories can't be spun alone." Theo set the book on the loom. As the keeper touched its pages, her eyes widened, for the sketches of the prince's hands now moved, tending the sparrow, shielding the flame. Slowly she began to laugh, a sound like bells buried long ago. Together they unraveled the loom's threadbare cloth, and Theo drew new patterns. Villagers mending nets, children sharing umbrellas, Mallow sipping tea under rain. With each sketch, the castle stitched itself back into color. When the last thread was woven, the keeper handed Theo a candlewick from her spindle. "Stories mend us," she said, "when we let them breathe." Back in Hearthshire, the library's candle still burns, though Theo no longer needs its shadow maps. The book remains on its shelf, pages blank until someone's breath stirs them, a gift for the next curious soul. Mallow visits often to debate the virtues of drizzle versus mist, and Lyra brings letters found in hollow trees, addressed to no one and everyone. Theo still draws, but now his sketches fill margins and bread wrappers, slipped into pockets and under doors. They tell no grand tales, just small, bright moments. A hedgehog's teacup, an owl's feather on windowsill, a thread unknotted before it could snag. And sometimes, when the world feels frayed, he lights a candlewick and watches its smoke twist into shapes only the lonely can see, a reminder that even the most tangled stories can find their way home. Story 2. In the velvet hush of the elderwood, where trees wore beards of moss and moonlight pooled like liquid silver in hollows, there existed a secret known only to those who listened with more than ears. The forest breathed in centuries, exhaling stories through the shiver of aspen leaves and the creak of ancient boughs. Here, beneath the quilt of twilight, moved creatures who carried the weight and wonder of the world in their delicate paws. Tobin the hedgehog first noticed the imbalance on an autumn evening that smelled of burnt sugar and wood smoke. His quills prickled as he trundled past the amber brook, where water usually sang in clear, chattering notes. Now it gurgled thickly, clotted with leaves that shouldn't have fallen until the frost moon. Maple seeds spinning in May, acorns dropping before their day, he murmured, recalling old Sorrel's rhyme about seasonal portents. The air tasted wrong to autumn's crisp apple tang, soured by a lingering warmth, as if summer clung to the earth with sticky fingers. At the council glade, where mushrooms formed a perfect spiral throne, the creatures gathered in uneasy whispers. Fireflies strung worried constellations above them. The hearthstone dims, rumbled Orlin the badger, his stripes gone ashy in the gloom. All eyes turned to the moss-crowned boulder at the glade's center, its crystalline veins pulsing faintly the forest's ancient clockwork, keeper of rhythms. Where once its light had rippled like sun-through honey, now it flickered like a guttering candle. Pip, a sparrow with flight feathers tipped in dawn pink, fluttered down with news from the high branches. The willow sentinel weeps sap tears, she chirruped. Her roots feel the stone's distress. A collective shiver moved through the assembly. Memories older than oak rings told what happened when seasons unraveled springs without blossoms, winters that forgot to end. Then came the voice like wind through reeds. The silverkin remember. All turned as Marna emerged, her tortoise shell etched with symbols that shimmered when moonlight touched them. The oldest living creature in Elderwood moved, as if the earth itself shifted to cushion her steps. When last the hearthstone faltered, she intoned, 3 gifts were given: dewdrop, ember, and breath carried by the willing to the world's root. The glade held its breath. To seek the world's root meant descending where even starlight feared to wander through the chamber of whispers, past the bridge of echoes, into the dark cradle where the first tree took root. Legends said the journey changed travelers, that one must leave something behind to return. "I'll go," piped Tobin before his quills stopped quivering. Pip landed on his back, her tiny claws catching in russet leaves stuck to his spines. "And I," she tweeted. Last came Bramble, a fox whose fiery pelt had dulled to autumn ochre, padding forward with ears flat but tail high. "Someone's got to keep you from tumbling into gullies," he huffed, though his amber eyes shone with unspoken fear. Marna nodded, the moss on her shell glowing faintly. "Listen to what the shadows sing," she advised. "And remember balance lives not in stillness, but in the dance between opposing truths." With a slow blink that seemed to hold the patience of mountains, she touched her snout to each traveler's forehead. Tobin felt the touch like a raindrop dissolving into his being, leaving behind the faint taste of snowmelt. Their descent began at the Moonwell, a spring where water defied gravity to flow upward into floating orbs. Bramble nosed aside ferns, revealing a crack in the earth, not a menacing maw, but an invitation woven from root and shadow. As they entered, bioluminescent fungi awoke in their wake, painting the tunnel walls in blues and greens like submerged stained glass. The Chamber of Whispers earned its name quickly. Tobin's pause faltered as voices seeped from the stone, not echoes, but memories. "That's Gramprickle's laugh," he exclaimed, hearing a familiar chortle from a long-gone hedgehog. Pip perched trembling on Bramble's head, as sparrow song from generations past swirled around them. The fox stiffened, ears twitching at phantom yips from his lost littermates. "They're just shadows," Bramble muttered, more to himself than others. "Keep moving." Hunger gnawed at them in the endless twilight of the tunnels. When Pip spotted glowing berries clustered on a crevice wall, Bramble blocked her with his tail. "Look closer," he growled. The berries were dewdrops clinging to a spiral of spider silk, each holding a miniature galaxy. "Supper's served," said a voice like creaking timber. An enormous harvestman spider descended, her jointed legs knitting the air. "Trade a memory for a morsel." Tobin offered the recollection of his first successful blackberry hunt, the pride swelling his chest as he dragged the plump fruit home. The spider tenderly plucked the glimmering thought strand with a delicate leg. In return, she gifted them mooncap mushrooms that tasted like laughter and cool sheet rain. "Beware the weight of borrowed time," she called after them, her body dissolving into a swirl of amber leaves. At the Bridge of Echoes, a chasm spanned by petrified willow roots, they met their deepest fears given form. Pip froze before a specter of herself lying motionless beneath glass-clear ice. Bramble snarled at a mirror fox made of smoke and shattered pottery. Tobin faced a version of himself with quills grown into a cage, trapping everything he loved. "They are illusions," he whispered, though his heart thrummed like a trapped moth. "We carry on because we must." Taking the first trembling step onto the roots, he focused on the feel of rough bark beneath his paws, real, solid, true. When the world's root appeared, it was both less and more than imagined. No towering tree, but a slender sapling glowing like captured moonlight, its roots vanishing into infinite black soil. The air hummed with the vibration of growing things. Before it floated 3 orbs, one shimmering with condensation, another flickering with flame, the third swirling with iridescent mist. "The gifts," breathed Pip. But as Tobin reached forward, the ground quaked. From the darkness uncoiled tendrils of living shadow, the lingering frost, a remnant of winter's end that refused to release its grip. Icicles sprouted like teeth around them. Bramble lunged, only to have his paws stick fast in sudden ice. Pip's frantic wings sent up a blizzard of feathers. Tobin closed his eyes, recalling Marna's words. Balance lives in the dance between opposing truths. "Wait," he cried, though the cold stole his breath. "You belong too." The shadowy mass hesitated. "Without winter's rest, no spring could wake," Tobin continued, feeling the rightness of the words like acorns settling in fertile soil. "But your time is past. Let go, and you'll return when needed." The frost recoiled. In the hush that followed, Tobin understood the lingering frost wasn't malicious, only afraid of being forgotten. "We'll remember you," Pip chirped softly. "In every autumn's first chill, we'll tell your story." With a sigh like wind through bare branches, the darkness dissipated, leaving air sweet with the promise of thaw. As the 3 gifts merged with the sapling, the world's root blazed like a newborn star. Upward they raced through the tunnels, carried on a wave of singing roots. Bursting into the council glade, they found the heartstone glowing anew, its light weaving through the trees in golden filaments. The willow sentinel's tears crystallized into amber droplets as her branches straightened. Somewhere, a season's first snowflake spun into being. Dawn found them sprawled in a heap of fur and feathers by the revitalized moonwell. Marna approached, morning light gilding her shell. "You've left footprints in the soul of the world," she said, her voice rich with pride. Tobin noticed his paw pads now bore faint spirals that tingled when touching the earth. Pip's wingtips shimmered as if dipped in stardust. Bramble simply flicked an ear, though his tail betrayed him with joyful twitches. That year's autumn unfurled properly maples burning scarlet on schedule, pumpkins swelling plump as rising moons. When the frost moon came, the creatures gathered not in worry, but celebration. New traditions were born, decorating the lingering frost's former lair with ice sculptures that sang when wind passed through, leaving offerings of frosted berries where the tunnel had been. As generations passed, the story grew into legend, then into something deeper, a knowing woven into the forest's bones. Young creatures learned to read the subtler rhythms, how spiderwebs patterned with unspoken worries, the way crow caches held forgotten memories. The Heartstone's pulse became a lullaby, its light a promise that no season lasts forever, but each returns when called with kindness. On chill evenings when the air smells of wood smoke and possibilities, elders still recount the tale. They describe the prickling warmth of courage, the bitter-sweet taste of sacrifice, the honey-gold glow of hard-won harmony. And always they end the same way, with the forest breathing deep, its countless hearts beating in time, while somewhere in the gentle dark, three friends sleep curled together, dreaming of roots that reach forever and light that never fades. Story 3. In the heart of the Glimmerwood, where maple leaves whispered secrets to the moon and streams hummed lullabies over polished stones, there lived a young hedgehog named Thistle. His quills shimmered with dewdrops caught in dawn's first light, and his paws left tiny maps in the moss, curlicue trails only fireflies could decipher. The forest thrived under an ancient pact. Every creature, from the velvet-winged moths to the broad-shouldered oaks, played a part in weaving the tapestry of seasons. But this year, autumn lingered too long. The frost refused to silver the branches, and the north wind wandered lost, forgetting its song. One crisp evening, as Thistle gathered hickory nuts beneath a sky stained violet by lingering twilight, he noticed the first sign of imbalance. The star-willow tree, a towering sentinel whose branches cradled constellations, had begun shedding leaves of pure ice. They tinkled like broken chimes as they fell, melting into vapor before touching the earth. Grandmother Mossback warned of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elder tortoise's tales of the weave, the invisible threads connecting all living things. When the weave frayed, seasons stumbled, and magic bled away like water through cupped paws. Determined to mend what was broken, Thistle set off at first light, his satchel woven from milkweed fibers, holding a thimble of dandelion syrup and a single quartz arrowhead gifted by a long-ago traveler. The forest breathed uneasily around him. Spiderwebs sagged under the weight of unseasonable humidity, and foxfire mushrooms glowed a sickly green rather than their usual cobalt. By midday he reached the border where the Glimmerwood met the Mistral Plains, a sea of tall grasses that rippled like liquid gold. There he found a meadowlark trapped in a thicket of brambles that shouldn't have borne thorns until spring. "Hold still, friend," Thistle whispered, using his quills to snip the prickly vines. The bird's feathers were matted with sap, her song reduced to a rasp. "These aren't ordinary thorns," she croaked. "They taste of sorrow and forgotten promises." As the last vine fell away, the meadowlark shook herself, revealing wings the color of sunlit wheat. "I am Sorrel, keeper of the east wind's ballads. The weave is torn near the heartwood tree, the great oak where the four winds tie their knots each solstice. Without its magic, the seasons cannot turn." Together they journeyed deeper into the plains, where the air thrummed with the hollow ache of unfinished stories. At dusk they stumbled upon a circle of stones humming a low, resonant note. In its center stood a young badger, her paws pressed to a monolith etched with runes. "The moon pool's gone silent," she said without turning, her voice trembling. "I'm Bramble, apprentice to the Stonelore Badgers. We've always sung the water awake beneath the full moon, but last night—" She gestured to a dry basin where silver carp once danced. Thistle peered closer. Cracks spiderwebbed across the pool's bed, and the scent of petrichor, once thick as velvet, had faded to a memory. Sorrel hopped onto the monolith. "The heartwood tree's roots drink from this pool. If it stays dry, the tree will wither by winter's first snow." Bramble's claws flexed in determination. "Then we'll follow the underground rivers. The water's song isn't gone, just muffled." Thistle nodded, digging into his satchel. "Dandelion syrup softens even the hardest earth," he said, pouring the golden liquid into the deepest crack. The ground sighed and a faint trickle bubbled up, a single clear note that made the stones shiver in recognition. Their trio pressed on, guided by the revived whisper of water. By the time they reached the heartwood tree, the moon hung fat and white as a mushroom cap. The great oak stood crippled, its bark split like parched clay, amber sap oozing from wounds. Around it the four winds lay tangled in their own currents, a cyclone of leaves, snowflakes, pollen, and rain frozen mid-fall. The weave breathed bramble, pointing to luminous threads dangling from the branches, frayed and sparking like severed harp strings. "Wait," Sorrel chirped suddenly. "Listen." From the roots came a sound like 1,000 rustling pages, the voice of mycelia, the fungal network connecting every plant in the forest. Thistle crouched, ear to the soil. "She says the tree's heart is poisoned by loneliness. It's been decades since all 4 season spirits gathered here." Understanding dawned on Bramble. The rituals, the old tales speak of offerings made at each solstice: spring's first blossom, summer's ripest berry, autumn's last leaf, winter's purest icicle. Without them, the tree forgets its purpose. Thistle unclasped his quartz arrowhead. "My ancestor carried this during the Great Migration. Let it stand for winter's gift." Sorrel plucked a feather from her wing. "For autumn's journey." Bramble scooped a handful of clay from the moon pool's banks, shaping it into a tiny acorn. The promise of spring. But summer's token eluded them, until a shadow blotted the moon. Down swept a barn owl with eyes like molten copper, clutching a honeycomb dripping with sunlight-thick nectar. From the bees of the hive hollow, she hooted. They felt the tree's hunger. As the offerings were placed in the tree's hollow, the winds stirred. Threads of light spiraled from the gifts, reweaving the torn weave. Sap hardened to amber, sealing the oak's wounds. The pool's water surged upward in a column, catching moonlight and scattering it like diamonds across the plains. Seasons unraveled and reknit, crisp frost blooming on grass tips, buds nudging through snowdrifts, heat rippling over fallen leaves until the world breathed in perfect rhythm once more. When dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the creatures gathered beneath the heartwood tree. Sorrel sang the east wind's ballad, her melody coaxing tender shoots from the earth. Bramble pressed her paws to the soil, guiding rivers back to their beds. Thistle placed one last offering, a spiral of sweet fern seeds, into the roots. "So it'll remember joy," he explained. The owl hooted softly. "Stories are the soul of the world. Keep them and the weave will hold." Years later, when Thistle's quills turned silver and young hedgehogs begged for tales, he described the taste of dandelion syrup on that final morning, how it had crystallized into something sweeter than hope. He'd speak of the moment the winds brushed their cheeks in thanks, cool and warm and wild and gentle all at once. And always he'd end with the heartwood tree, its branches heavy with luminous thread, spinning seasons like a loom as fireflies traced the words of the story in the dark. A reminder that even the smallest creature could mend the world with kindness, memory, and a handful of seeds. Story 4. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose branches wove secrets into the sky, there thrived a woodland where foxfire mushrooms pulsed like constellations fallen to earth. Here, where dawn mist clung to spiderwebs like liquid pearl, lived a young hedgehog named Layla, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday. Her days were spent following the counsel of elderberry-scented breezes, collecting forgotten songs from empty snail shells, and polishing the rare moonstones that bloomed in fern shadows after summer rains. One crisp autumn morning, as maple leaves began stitching golden thread into the forest floor, Leela noticed the stream behind her moss-cushioned home flowed backwards. Silver minnows swam in perplexed circles, their gills fluttering like confused parchment wings. "The water remembers spring," murmured a voice like creaking sweetgum branches. Old Orwin, the tawny owl whose feathers held patterns of every snowfall since the world's first winter, peered down from his hollow. "When currents forget their season, the root of worlds thirsts." Leela's nose twitched. The great tree at the forest's heart. Her paws remembered the single silken rootlet she'd once touched during the midsummer quiet, a thread of living amber that had hummed ancestral lullabies into her blood. "4 guardians must carry offerings," Orwin intoned, moonlight catching in the frost-whitened feathers around his eyes. Maple's courage, Willow's tears, Foxfire's memory, and Spider's patience. Hurry, little prism, the equinox bridge between worlds grows thin. Thus began their pilgrimage through landscapes painted in autumn's fevered brush. They traversed hills where sentinel pines whispered warnings through resin-scented breath, their trunks oozing golden sap that hardened into protective amulets. In a valley where perpetual twilight reigned, they found the weeping willow, her branches trailing in a pond where drowned stars glimmered. "Take this," she sighed, shaking a single tear that crystallized into a sapphire droplet. "Water remembers what land forgets." Their journey quickened as strange portents multiplied, snowdrops blooming through crackling ice that shouldn't exist until winter, fireflies tracing midwinter constellations in broad daylight. At the edge of the Foxfire glade, where luminous fungi formed spiraling cities, they encountered a vixen whose coat shifted between autumn russet and winter silver. "The memory light dims," she growled, plucking a glowing mushroom cap that seared blue-green against Leela's paw. "Carry this torch to rekindle the forgotten pact." Dusk found them at the Cobweb Cathedral, a grove where millennia of spiders had spun tapestries documenting every sunrise. The current weaver, a spindly-legged artisan named Aranai, suspended herself on a silk thread before them. The pattern phrase she click-sang, producing a spool of moonlight thread. "Wind this through your heart space, Time Walker." When the four elements gathered in Leela's satchel, maple key, sapphire tear, foxfire beacon, and star thread, the forest itself seemed to exhale. Ancient stones rolled aside, revealing a stairway winding into fragrant darkness. The air thickened with the scent of sleeping earth and primordial bark as they descended to the root of worlds. What Leela had once perceived as a single root revealed itself as a living latticework, a neural network of glowing tendrils connecting every tree, stone, and stream. But sections now lay dull and brittle, their light choked by oily shadows. "The balance keeper weakens," Orwin hooted mournfully. "Quickly, child, the ritual." With paws that trembled not from fear but the weight of sacred charge, Leela placed each offering where root strands crossed. Maple key at the northern junction, where threads tasted of iron and frost. Sapphire tear at the western arc, humming with tidal memories. Foxfire upon the eastern nexus, its blaze singing chlorophyll hymns. Lastly, she wove Aranai's thread through the southern lattice, repairing fractured connections with meticulous knots. The awakening began as a vibration, a deep C-sharp thrum that resonated in tooth enamel and claw tip. Roots blazed anew, conducting energy along ley lines as fireflies synchronized their flashes overhead. Leela gasped as visions flooded her mind. Stag patriarchs teaching fawns to read wind scents, badgers composing soil symphonies through their claws, entire generations of oaks deliberating over where to cast their next acorn. She saw Orwin as a fledgling, receiving wisdom from an owl whose eyes held galaxies, and further back, a time when badgers spoke in sonnets and rivers paused mid-flow to consult with the moon. To tend is to listen, chorused 1,000 root voices as shadows dissolved into the lattice. Not control. When they emerged, dawn's first light gilded a forest realigned. The stream chuckled its proper course, carrying maple helicopters on autumn's schedule. Leela watched a spider repair its web with motions mirroring Aranai's sacred knots, while nearby, the vixen's pups tumbled in leaves that fell at precisely the right golden hour. "Remember," Orwin said as they rested beneath a birch wearing its first frost jewels, "harmony isn't stillness, but countless small adjustments, a symphony of letting go and holding on." That night, as the Pleiades twinkled above like foxfire restored to the heavens, Leela placed her last moonstone where the root's influence thrummed strongest. Its glow pulsed in time with cicada song and badger breath, with sap's slow ascent and the whispered negotiations between mist and morning. Somewhere a new guardian would someday find it, and the dance would continue, not unchanged, but enduring. And so the forest thrived in its sacred paradox, ever-shifting, ever-rooted, teaching without words that true magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the courage to mend one thread at a time. Story 5. In a village where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Mira, with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her world hummed with quiet magic, the sort found in bread dough rising with unexpected swiftness, or clocks that chimed precisely when someone needed courage. But the greatest enchantment arrived on an afternoon when rain painted silver streaks across her attic window, and she discovered a compass embedded in the spine of her great-grandmother's cookbook. This was no ordinary compass. Its arrow quivered like a nervous hummingbird, pointing not north but sideways, as if trying to escape the brass plate entirely. When Mira whispered, "What troubles you?" for in this village speaking to objects was perfectly sensible, the compass leapt into her palm, warm as fresh gingerbread. Words etched themselves along its edge, follow where need outruns knowing. That night, as owl song threaded through the pines, the compass glowed with milky light. Its arrow settled stubbornly westward, toward the murmuring woods, a place where trees shuffled their roots after dark and brooks sang in riddles. Packing a satchel with raisin buns and a flask of cinnamon tea, Mira slipped into her patched wool cloak. At her doorstep she encountered a badger wearing round spectacles and a leather apron stained with berry ink. "Ah," he exclaimed, adjusting his eyewear. "The compass-bearer, I'm Bramble, keeper of unusual necessities. You'll require a moon-threaded lantern, a spool of forgiving string, and let's see." He rummaged through his apron pockets, producing a thimble full of stardust. "For when you forget which way is up." As they ventured into the woods, their trio grew. A starling named Tessa, whose wings shimmered like oil on water, joined them, declaring herself official navigator and part-time riddle solver. She carried maps etched on birch bark, though she preferred giving directions through interpretive dance. The compass led them through valleys where shadows draped like velvet curtains, across streams that giggled when tickled by ferns, and up slopes where stones murmured gossip in gravelly voices. Mira's boots collected memories, pine resin courage, the velvet dust of moth wings, a single cobalt blue bead dropped by some long-ago traveler. On the third twilight they reached the Heartwood Hollow, a grove where ancient trees formed a cathedral of creaking timber and dappled light. Here the compass arrow spun wildly before pointing straight down. Digging beneath a tapestry of moss, Mira's fingers brushed cold metal. She unearthed a music box, its surface etched with constellations. When opened, it played a tune that smelled of crushed mint and sounded like a lullaby half-remembered from infancy. "The lament of the frostless winter," breathed Bramble. "This box hasn't played since the Everfrost crept into our valleys." Tessa fluttered anxiously. "But why lead us here? We're not musicians." The music box's gears stalled. From its depths rose a wisp of frost that sculpted itself into the shape of a child, translucent, shimmering, and terribly lonely. "I am the unfinished melody," it sighed, its voice the crackle of ice underfoot. "The Everfrost froze my song mid-breath. Without it, winter cannot end, and spring dares not wake." Mira knelt, her breath forming clouds in the unnatural chill. "How do we help you remember your song?" The frost child's hand, cold as a snowmelt stream, yet gentle, touched her wrist. "Carry me to the chamber of echoing tears, but be warned, sorrow lives there and it bites." Their journey deepened. The woods grew skeletal, branches clutching at their cloaks like bony fingers. Bramble invented a humming heater powered by thistle down and nervous energy. Tessa sang marching songs to keep their spirits aloft. Yet with each step, Mira felt the frost child's loneliness seep into her bones, a hollow ache no fire could warm. The chamber of echoing tears was not a cave, but a glacier, a jagged monument of ice imprisoning swirling storms of blue and silver. Inside, frozen figures stood suspended, a fox mid-leap, a sparrow with wings outstretched, a woman clutching a wilted bouquet. Their tears, captured mid-fall, glimmered like diamonds in the eerie light. "This is where songs go to freeze," said the frost child, "where the world's grief piles up like unread letters." It gestured to a massive icicle hanging from the ceiling, the source of the ever-frost. "Break it and my song will thaw, but only warmth from within can melt it. Striking it will only make the cold multiply." Bramble adjusted his spectacles. "A classic paradox, force begets resistance, yes." Tessa pecked thoughtfully at the ice. "What if we redirect the cold, like diverting a river?" Mira studied the icicle. Her breath plumed in the air, and she remembered her mother's words during a long-ago illness. Breath is warmth. Breath is life. Unwrapping her scarf, she pressed her palms against the ice. It burned like 100 nettles. "Take what you need," she whispered to the frost child. "My warmth isn't much, but it's yours." The frost child's eyes widened. "You'd share your breath, even knowing I'm made of endings." "Endings make room for beginnings," said Mira, repeating her grandmother's favorite baking wisdom. "And cold things deserve warmth, too." As Mira exhaled slowly, her breath curled around the icicle, not attacking, but embracing. One by one the others joined. Bramble's snout puffed steamy determination, Tessa's wings fanned gentle heat, even the music box chimed a warm countermelody. The frost child pressed its translucent hands to the ice, and as it did, its form began to glow with inner light. The Everfrost didn't so much shatter as unclench. Ice melted into rivulets that tasted of spring rain. Frozen tears thawed and rose as mist, carrying away sorrow on the breeze. The frost child's melody swelled, a song of frost and fire, of endings cradling beginnings. When the last note faded, the grove burst into life, snowdrops pushing through frost, icicles weeping joyful tears, and the very air smelling of thawing earth and hope. The frost child, now glowing like dawn light on snow, bowed to Mira. "You thawed more than ice today," it said, before dissolving into a shower of dandelion seeds that soared upward, carrying winter away on their parachutes. The journey home was lighter. Bramble invented boots that skipped over puddles, Tessa composed an epic ballad with choreography, and the compass, now quiet in Mira's pocket, hummed contentedly. When they reached her village, the first crocuses nodded at garden edges, and the bakery's chimney sketched promises of berry pies into the sky. Years later, when children asked about the music box displayed above Mira's hearth, still playing its mincemeat tune, she'd smile. "The coldest hearts aren't those made of ice, but those too afraid to melt. And the bravest warmth," she'd add, tapping the compass now hanging around her neck, "is the kind we give away." As firelight painted stories on the walls, villagers would lean closer, sipping chamomile tea, and wonder if the breeze carried the faintest strain of a melody, one that smelled of frost and forgiveness and sounded like coming home. Story 6. Once, in a village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a curious boy named Milo with eyes like freshly turned earth and a laugh that made dandelions release their seeds in delight. His favorite possession was a patchwork satchel containing 3 smooth river pebbles, a compass missing its W, and a pressed forget-me-not from his grandmother, who'd whispered strange and wonderful tales of hidden worlds before she drifted off to her final sleep. One amber-toned evening, as Milo chased fireflies along the forest's edge, he noticed something peculiar. A cluster of willows ahead stood in a perfect circle, their silvery leaves trembling though no wind stirred the air. Between their trunks hung a curtain of ivy glowing faintly blue, like liquid moonlight caught in spider silk. When he reached out to touch it, the vines parted with a sound like pages turning in an ancient book, revealing a cobblestone path that hadn't been there moments before. The stones shimmered with flecks of mother-of-pearl, winding upward into hills that seemed to fold and unfold like a fan painted with mist. The air smelled different here, honey mixed with rain-soaked pine, and something faintly metallic like distant lightning. As Milo climbed, the path split into three, one bordered by mushrooms pulsing gently in rainbow hues, another lined with floating lanterns shaped like owls, and a third where the cobblestones themselves hummed a three-part harmony. Choosing the singing stones, for his grandmother had always said music was the surest compass, he soon found himself in a valley where the sky dipped low enough to brush the grass, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. A rustle in a thicket of jewel-toned ferns revealed the first creature, a rabbit-sized being with fur like moss and antlers sprouting tiny glowing blossoms. It blinked at Milo with eyes that shifted color like oil on water. "You're early for the tea ceremony," it trilled, voice like a trickling stream. "The Thistle Duchess does hate tardiness, but perhaps if you bring clover dew from the weeping meadow." Before Milo could ask directions, the creature sneezed a cloud of dandelion fluff and bounded away, flowers blooming in its hoofprints. Following this cryptic hint, Milo discovered a meadow where weeping willow-like plants drooped under the weight of dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds. Collecting the dew in an acorn cap offered by a chatty squirrel with a penchant for Shakespearean sonnets, he soon encountered his first real challenge, a bridge made of woven moonlight spanning a river of liquid shadow. On the far bank sat a cottage with smoke curling from its chimney in spirals that formed constellations. The bridge guardian emerged in a swirl of autumn leaves, a tall figure with bark-like skin and hair of drifting cobwebs. "Crossing requires payment," they intoned, voice crackling like dry parchment. Something cherished, something lost, something found. Milo's fingers brushed the forget-me-not in his satchel. But remembering his grandmother's stories where cleverness triumphed over sacrifice, he instead offered the squirrel's acorn cap brimming with clover dew. "Three gifts combined," he said, heart pounding. Cherished memories of guidance, lost time spent gathering, and found courage to proceed. The guardian's stern face melted into a smile like sunrise through frost. "Well played, small traveler," they chuckled, stepping aside to reveal the bridge solidifying into silver cobblestones. "Mind the third step, it tickles." In the cottage's cozy warmth, where firelight danced with bioluminescent moths, the Thistle Duchess, a regal hedgehog in a gown of woven thistledown, sipped tea from a honeysuckle blossom. "You've brought clover dew instead of starlight nectar," she sniffed, adjusting her tiny spectacles. "But I suppose we'll make do." As they drank tea that tasted like laughter and listened to stories told by the crackling fire, each spark a tiny acting out tales of old, Milo learned the valley was shrinking, its magic fading because fewer humans believed in gentle wonders. "Take this," the Duchess said, pressing a seed wrapped in cobweb into his palm. "Plant it where your world needs, reminding that curiosity is courage wearing brighter clothes." The journey back bloomed with soft wonders, a field where fireflies spelled out forgotten poems, a kindly rock giant who mistook Milo for a lost pebble and carried him tenderly until realizing his error, "My apologies, little traveler, let me mend your path instead," and a twilight market run by badgers selling jars of captured sunset hues. Each challenge met, a riddle from an owl with clockwork feathers, a path made of soap bubbles that required careful breathing, strengthened Milo's quiet realization that bravery wasn't about being fearless, but about listening closely enough to hear fear's true name. Excitement turned sideways. When he finally emerged through the glowing ivy curtain, now pulsing faintly gold where it had been blue, dawn was painting the village in watercolor hues. The seed, planted beneath his bedroom window, grew overnight into a tree with leaves that chimed in the breeze and blossoms that opened to reveal tiny landscapes of the valley he'd visited. Villagers came to marvel, their laughter and wonder feeding the magic until other small miracles appeared. A brook that flowed backwards every full moon, cats that purred in perfect harmony, clocks that occasionally added an extra minute to particularly lovely hours. Years later, when children asked how he'd found the courage to venture into unknown realms, Milo would tap his patchwork satchel, now holding a thistledown handkerchief and a pebble that warmed when pointed north, and smile. The bravest step isn't the first or the last, but the one where you realize you're walking them all with invisible friends made of curiosity and starlight. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you press your ear to a willow tree's trunk and hear faint laughter like dandelion fluff dancing, well, that's just the magic growing. Story 7. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. "You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea." From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. "I'm Horatio," he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, "keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories." As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. "Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage," he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the Velvet Hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. "Lost things find me whether I like it or not." She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. "No light may cross," it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch. Horatio added, the click when a memory fits where it belongs. As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, a memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for Honeycrisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic, the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the seventh clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky. Story 8. The soft hum of the damaged engine echoed through the cargo bay like a lullaby gone wrong. Zara tucked her three-fingered hands deeper into the pockets of her patched flight suit, the lavender scales along her neck rippling with unease as she stared at the blinking red lights on the console. Outside the cracked viewport, the emerald mists of the uncharted planet swirled in lazy patterns, tendrils occasionally brushing against the ship's hull with a sound like whispering silk. Diagnostic complete, chimed the ship's AI in its usual monotone. Atmospheric composition breathable. Survival probability 67.3%. The Zalian mechanic snorted, her vertical pupils narrowing at the readout. Survival's always been better than average odds for me, she muttered, securing the last magnetic clamp on her repair belt. The belt jangled with tools collected from 7 different star systems, a wrench from the methane forges of Typhon V, a molecular welder traded from a cyborg merchant in the Cerulean Belt, and her lucky hydrospanner with the dent from that time she'd fixed a stellar Empress's yacht during a meteor shower. The ramp descended with a protesting whine, revealing a landscape that made Zara's breath catch. Towering crystalline trees pulsed with inner light, their faceted leaves chiming like glass wind chimes in the gentle breeze. The ground beneath them shimmered with bioluminescent moss that dimmed and brightened in slow waves, as if the planet itself were breathing. Somewhere in the distance, liquid silver streams sang as they tumbled over smooth obsidian rocks. Her boot had barely touched the glowing moss when a sharp, trilling sound cut through the musical landscape. Zara froze, her hand flying to the ion cutter at her belt. Emerging from behind a cluster of amber ferns was a creature, unlike anything in her star charts, a being of shifting mercury-like substance, its form constantly flowing between something resembling a 6-legged fox and a floating cluster of liquid spheres. Its surface reflected the forest colors in rippling patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Hey now," Zara said carefully, keeping her palms visible in the universal gesture of peace. "Just here to fix my ship, no trouble intended." The creature responded with a burst of crystalline chimes that vibrated in Zara's chest bone. When she didn't react, it shimmered brighter, its form suddenly resolving into a perfect mirror image of Zara herself, lavender scales, tool belt and all, before dissolving back into quicksilver abstraction. "Well, that's a new one," Zara breathed, her tail twitching nervously behind her. She'd met shapeshifters before in the asteroid markets, but none that mirrored her down to the chipped scale on her left elbow. The creature seemed to take her hesitation as invitation, flowing closer until Zara caught her own reflection warping in its silvery surface. Their uneasy truce shattered when Zara's boot crunched on something brittle beneath the moss. The creature recoiled with a sound like shattering stained glass, its form splintering into jagged shards that hovered menacingly in the air. Between them lay the remains of a delicate honeycomb structure, perhaps a nest or food storage, now crushed beyond recognition. "Criff," Zara whispered, watching the shimmering shards begin to rotate faster. "Didn't see that there, friend, let me just..." She reached slowly for her repair kit, thinking to offer some form of compensation. The motion proved disastrous. A silvery tendril lashed out, sending her tool belt flying into the luminescent underbrush. Zara scrambled backward as the creature advanced, its chiming now shrill and discordant. She barely registered the strange warmth spreading through her chest, where the tendril had grazed her flight suit. Her entire focus was on the glowing yellow mineral deposit, now clutched in her hand, the closest thing she had to a defensive weapon. The standoff might have ended in tragedy, were it not for the sudden groan from above. Both looked up as a massive crystalline branch cracked under the weight of Zara's ship, shearing off and plummeting toward them. Without thinking, Zara lunged forward, tackling her quicksilver adversary out of the path of destruction. They tumbled together into a bed of glowing ferns, the creature's surface bubbling with shock where it made contact with her scales. For 3 heartbeats they stared at each other, Zalian mechanic and alien enigma, both breathing heavily. Then the creature extended a trembling mercury droplet toward Zara's chest. Where it touched, the fabric of her flight suit dissolved to reveal nothing. No wound, no scar, just smooth lavender scales glowing faintly with the same golden hue as the creature's core. "Ah," Zara said softly, understanding dawning. "You weren't attacking, you were trying to." She gestured helplessly at her chest, where the creature's healing touch had apparently neutralized some unknown planetary toxin. The guilt settled heavy in her stomach as she looked from the crushed hive to the creature's still quivering form. "And I thought you were." The chiming softened, the creature's shape melting into something rounder, less threatening. It extended a tendril toward the broken hive, then toward Zara's scattered tools. When she didn't move, it chimed impatiently and nudged the hydrospanner toward her with a mercury paw. Repairs took on new meaning as they worked through the planet's long twilight. Zara learned to read the creature's shifting hues: warm gold for approval, cool blue when she nearly made a mistake with the delicate crystal structures. In turn, she taught it basic tool functions, laughing when it attempted to mimic her 3-fingered grip with comically oversized silver claws. They discovered the crushed hive could be restored using resin from the crystal trees, mixed with flecks of Zara's discarded ship parts that the creature insisted on adding with artistic flair. When the first meteor shower struck that night, it was the creature who alerted her, its surface flashing urgent crimson as it herded Zara toward an underground cavern. They huddled together beneath the planet's surface as the world above erupted in blazing light, Zara's hand resting on what passed for the creature's shoulder, feeling its vibrations gradually calm from panicked staccato to a soothing hum. "You know," Zara said during a lull in the bombardment, watching the creature fashion a makeshift light globe from some glowing moss and a discarded fuel cell, "I never caught your name." The creature tilted its head, then pressed a mercury tendril to her temple. Images flooded her mind: starlight on liquid metal, the secret names of flowing streams, the vibration pattern that meant home in a language of light and motion. "Keth," Zara breathed, the sound feeling right in her mouth. The creature Keth chimed in approval, its surface rippling with pleasure. Their final challenge came with the dawn. Zara stood before her repaired ship, the ramp extended, tool belt heavier with a new addition, a perfect mercury droplet hardened into glass. Keth's form wavered at the forest edge, its usual gold hues muted to soft amber. "It doesn't have to be goodbye," Zara said, crouching to meet what passed for Keth's eyes. "The galaxy's smaller than you think. I could." She trailed off, suddenly aware of the vastness between star systems. But Keth chimed softly, extending a tendril to touch the ship's hull. Where mercury met metal, faint golden lines spread through the plating like veins of starlight, a permanent piece of Keth's essence woven into the ship's framework. Years later, when Captain Zara of the starship Mercurial regaled wide-eyed listeners with tales of her most improbable friendship, she'd always pause at this part. "That's when I understood," she'd say, polishing her lucky hydrospanner with its new mercury swirled designs, that true companionship isn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same form. It's about the spaces between stars where understanding grows and the courage to reach out when everything tells you to pull back. As her ship ascended through the emerald atmosphere that day, Zara watched Keth's form shimmer and expand below a quicksilver constellation waving goodbye. The comm console beeped with an incoming transmission, displaying coordinates to a previously unknown planet rich with crystalline ore. Attached was a single image, their repaired hive structure, now glowing with the combined artistry of Zalian engineering and Mercury native artistry. And in her chest, where Keth's healing touch had left its mark, Zara carried a warmth that no deep space chill could ever extinguish, the quiet certainty that somewhere among the singing forests and silver streams, a being of light and motion would always remember the scale-kinned mechanic who learned to listen with more than her ears. Story 9. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital. The soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. Grandmother Moss told tales of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the Cadale marshes. When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray. His worry led him to the bramble gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake. The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the tree's knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. "This is why the frost spinners stay away," Lumen realized. Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness. Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song, she rasped. But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur. Thistle trembled, how could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heart vine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brooksong Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earth-bound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. Seasons are a conversation, Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. To listen is to hold the world together. Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. Story 10. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled branches cradled the moon, there thrived a glen where willow wisps danced in lazy spirals and river stones sang lullabies when touched by starlight. Here, where the air hummed with the secret language of growing things, lived a young fox named Sorrel with fur like autumn's first blush and eyes that held the keen curiosity of dappled sunlight. Her days were spent tracing the labyrinth of mossy trails left by elder creatures, though she often paused to press her paw against the bark of speaking trees, listening to the slow, rumbling stories of centuries etched in their rings. One crisp evening, as fireflies strung constellations between fern fronds, Sorrel noticed the forest's pulse had faltered. The usually vibrant song of the Brook of Whispers grew thin, its waters clouded with silvery silt. Mushrooms that typically glowed like tiny lanterns now dimmed to faint embers, and the wind carried not the scent of pine and loam, but a metallic tang that made her whiskers twitch. Worst of all, the great maple, a tree whose leaves turned the colors of captured sunsets and whose roots cradled the forest's oldest memories, had begun shedding its leaves too soon, leaving skeletal branches clawing at the sky. Guided by the soft urgings of a motherly owl named Leela, whose feathers held patterns like storm clouds and whose voice carried the resonance of distant thunder, Sorrel ventured to the hollow of echoes. This moss-cushioned chamber, hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded in liquid crystal, was where the forest's caretakers gathered when the balance wavered. Inside she found a council of creatures. A badger with a map of scars earned defending saplings from storms, a doe whose antlers sprouted living ivy, and a venerable tortoise named Bramble whose shell bore carvings of forgotten constellations. "The season threads are fraying," Bramble intoned, his voice a dry rustle of autumn leaves. "The maple queen who weaves sunlight into spring buds and coaxes frost into winter's lace has fallen into a slumber too deep. Her dreams bleed into the waking world, confusing the tides of growth and rest." He nodded to a shimmering tapestry on the chamber wall, its threads a living mosaic of blooming flowers and ice fractals, now tangled into knots the color of storm clouds. Sorrel's tail flicked with determination. "How do we wake her?" The answer came not in words, but in the sudden unfurling of a luminous moth wing from Leela's talons, a fragment of the Maple Queen's last dream. When Sorrel brushed it with her nose, visions flooded her senses. A cavern veiled by frozen waterfalls, a crown of icicles and amber resting on a stone dais, and a melody trapped in the heart of a glacier, humming of forgotten summers. Thus began a journey through the forest's veiled realms. Sorrel was joined by Pippin, a sprightly hedgehog with quills that sparkled with dew, and Tansy, a timid field mouse who could hear the faintest sigh of roots drinking from underground streams. Together they navigated valleys where shadows pooled like ink, their path lit by Tansy's collection of bioluminescent acorns. They drank moonlight distilled in lily cups, forged alliances with a family of river otters who sculpted bridges from living reeds, and decoded riddles whispered by sentient lichen clinging to monoliths older than time. In the cavern of crystalline sighs, where stalactites dripped liquid rainbows, they found the Maple Queen, not a regal giant as Sorrel had imagined, but a slight figure woven from willow tendrils and dandelion fluff, her hair a cascade of maple keys, her skin etched with the delicate veins of leaves. She floated in a cocoon of tangled vines, her brow furrowed as if wrestling with unseen shadows. Around her neck hung the fractal pendant, a prism that usually refracted light into the colors needed to dye each season, now dull and clouded. Pippin, ever pragmatic, began nibbling at the vines with teeth, accustomed to crunching beetles from their shells. Tansy pressed her ear to the Maple Queen's chest and heard the faltering rhythm within. Her heart song is out of tune with the earth's, she squeaked. We must remind her of the forest's harmonies. Sorrel closed her eyes, recalling the lullabies the Brook of Whispers had sung when she was a kid. Humming a melody of rippling water and wind through barley, she wove in the chatter of squirrels storing nuts, the creak of ancient trees bending in solidarity during storms, and the soft thrum of earthworms turning soil. As she sang, the fractal pendant began to pulse, casting shards of light that dissolved the gloom. The Maple Queen stirred, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal eyes like twin harvest moons. The shadows, they grew so loud, she murmured, her voice the crisp scent of apples in cold cellars. I tried to hold the threads, but my hands forgot the way. You don't have to hold them alone, Sorrel said gently, placing a paw on the Queen's twig-like hand. Around them the cavern trembled as the forest's voices swelled, a symphony of croaking frogs, rustling ferns, and creaking pines, each note a stitch repairing the seasoned tapestry. When they emerged, dawn was spilling honeyed light over the glen. The great maple stood renewed, its branches heavy with leaves in every hue from spring's tender green to autumn's burnt umber. The Brook of Whispers chuckled over stones once more, carrying petals from the first crocuses of the year. That night, as the creatures celebrated with a feast of blackberry tartlets and elderflower nectar, Bramble addressed Sorrel beneath the maple's boughs. Remember, little guardian, balance isn't about perfection. It's the courage to listen when the world whispers its needs, and the wisdom to ask for help when the song grows too heavy for one voice. Years later, when Sorrel had kits of her own with paws too big for their bodies and endless questions about the speaking stones, she would bring them to the hollow of echoes. There they traced the seasoned tapestry now interwoven with a single russet thread, a humble reminder that even the smallest creature could mend the grandest patterns. And high above, Leela would watch with storm-cloud eyes, her talons gently clasping a newly shed moth wing, ready for the next dreamer who dared to listen. Story 11. The Whispering Pendant. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that sighed with ancient secrets, there lived a girl named Mira with eyes like twilight and a heart tuned to the rhythms of the earth. Her home, a cottage with a mossy roof and walls of honey-colored stone, stood at the edge of the woods, where foxgloves nodded in the breeze and streams sang lullabies over polished stones. But Mira's favorite place was the abandoned watchtower on the eastern hill, its stones warm from the sun, where she would sit for hours, sketching the patterns of migrating birds and imagining stories in the clouds. One amber afternoon, while chasing a paper kite that had escaped into the tower's crumbling stairwell, Mira discovered a hidden alcove behind a tapestry of ivy. There, glowing faintly as if lit by trapped moonlight, lay a pendant on a chain of braided silver. Its center held a teardrop-shaped stone that shifted colors like a moody sea, one moment sapphire, the next emerald, then amethyst. When she clasped it around her neck, the world changed. The rustle of leaves became words, beware the hollow roots, and the wind carried laughter from the treetops. A chipmunk scurrying past paused, looked directly at her and chirped, "Follow the moths at moonrise," before darting away. That night Mira crept from her bed, the pendant warm against her collarbone, and slipped into the forest. Moon moths with wings like frosted glass fluttered around her, forming a shimmering path to a grove where the trees grew in perfect circles, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed like heartbeat. In the center stood a well made of bone-white stone, its waters black and still. From the shadows emerged a fox with fur like smoldering coals and eyes that held constellations. "You've found the echo well," it said, its voice a crackle of autumn leaves. But its song is fading, the forest is forgetting itself. Thus began Mira's quiet revolution. The fox, whose name was Ember, revealed only after 3 shared sunrises and a gift of blackberries, explained that the pendant was a whisper stone, forged by a forgotten guild of storytellers who'd bound the forest's memories into its crystal. Over centuries, the stories had leaked away, stolen by a creature that fed on forgotten magic. The wells, there were 3, hidden in the grove, the mountains, and the marshes, were drying up, and with them, the forest's ability to heal and grow. "To mend it," Ember said, paw resting on the dry well rim, "you must collect the lost tales and return them. But the thief of silence will try to stop you. It hates laughter, hates names." Their first journey took them to the marsh of misted mirrors, where willows wept silver droplets and herons stood on one leg, dreaming of flying mountains. The marsh well was guarded by a towering figure made of mud and rotting reeds, its face a swirling void. "Riddles," Ember murmured. "It trades in questions." The creature demanded, "What grows when fed but dies when watered?" Mira, remembering her mother's garden choked by weeds, answered, "A secret." The guardian collapsed into a pool of lily pads, revealing the well where Mira poured a vial of firefly light into the water. The marsh exhaled, colors brightening, and a story drifted into her pendant. A heron loved a star and wove a nest of comet dust, but the star burned his tongue when he sang to it. Yet still, he dances at dawn, hoping she'll notice. Next, they climbed the staircase peaks, where glaciers hummed lullabies and mountain goats carried maps in their horns. The well here was frozen, its guardian a wolf made of ice and sorrow. To melt it, Ember curled around the wolf, sharing warmth until tears slid down its frozen cheeks. "I forgot," the wolf whispered, "how to hope." Mira placed her palm on its forehead, and the pendant glowed, weaving the wolf's memory of racing with the northern lights into the ice. The well thawed, and another story spiraled up. A glacier once wept a river to reach the sea, but the river fell in love with a meadow and stayed. Now the glacier smiles, knowing some journeys end in bloom. But the thief of silence was watching. In the salt-scented caves beneath the coast, where the third well bubbled with brine and ghost crabs scuttled over shipwrecked bones, it struck. The thief was a shapeless thing, all hunger and whispers, its voice like a nail dragged over slate. "Stupid child," it hissed. "Stories are lies, let them die." It lunged for the pendant, but Ember leaped, teeth snapping at its shadow body, and Mira realized the thief had no name. No story. "Wait," she cried, clutching the whisper stone. "I'll tell you a tale." She spoke of a lonely shadow who envied the humans it followed, until one day it curled into a child's pocket and found a forgotten button, a marble, and a half-melted candy wrapper. "You're a collector," the child had said, and the shadow swelled with pride, becoming keeper of lost things. The thief recoiled. Listlessly it spat, but its edges softened. Mira stepped closer. "Your name is Keeper, and you're welcome to join our stories." For a heartbeat the cave held its breath, then the thief wailed, unraveling into 1,000 moths that settled on the well, wings forming a map of the stars. The wells restored, the forest awoke in a symphony of color and sound. Apple trees burst into blossom midwinter, rivers reversed to tickle trout bellies, and the echo well bubbled with tales that spiraled into the air, settling on tongues and in dreams. Ember, his fur now flecked with starlight, nuzzled Mira's hand. "You'll always hear us," he said, fading into the dappled shadows. "Stories, remember." Mira returned home, the pendant still against her skin, its stone now clear as morning. She wrote the forest's tales into a book bound with hawthorn twigs, and though villagers whispered of the girl who talked to winds, they noticed the blight lifting from their crops and the nightingales singing lullabies again. Years later, when a child asked how she'd saved the forest, Mira smiled. "I listened and remembered that even silence has a story to tell." By the time the village elder found Mira's book on his windowsill, its pages open to a drawing of a fox and a girl dancing under moth-lit trees, she had vanished. Some say she became a breeze in the willows. Others swear she tends a garden where stories grow like wildflowers. But on quiet nights, if you press your ear to a tulip's cup or a seashell's curl, you might hear the faintest hum, a melody that smells of pine needles and tastes of blackberries, reminding you that every ending is a seed and the world is softer when you listen. Story 12. In the quiet village of Mossgrove, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths were softened by centuries of moss, there lived a young bookbinder's apprentice named Tamsin. Her days were spent stitching stories into leather-bound volumes, her fingers stained with indigo ink, while nights brought the soft clatter of her grandmother's knitting needles and the whisper of willow branches against her attic window. But one crisp autumn evening, as the smell of burnt caramel wafted from the village candlemaker's chimney, something peculiar began. The first sign was the spoons. Every copper spoon in Mossgrove vanished overnight. Porridge cooled uneaten in bowls. Tea drinkers frowned at empty saucers. By week's end, the mystery deepened. Clocks began chiming the wrong hours, their gears clogged with dandelion fluff, and every looking-glass in town reflected not the viewer's face, but a flicker of something small and silver darting just beyond sight. The villagers murmured of household spirits gone mischievous, but Tamsin noticed patterns in the chaos. Missing items always reappeared by Tuesday noon, tucked into unlikely places. A soup ladle nesting in the church bell tower, a hairbrush balanced on a weather vane, always polished to a radiant shine. "It's not mischief," Tamsin told her only companion, a moth-eaten velvet rabbit named Thimble, who'd secretly been enchanted to sigh dramatically at bad ideas. "It's a message, but who's sending it?" The answer arrived in a swirl of maple leaves one twilight, when Tamsin discovered an unfamiliar door in the alley behind the bakery. No taller than her shoulder, its oak planks were carved with phases of the moon, and through its keyhole drifted the scent of star anise and longing. As she reached for the iron handle, Thimble's button eyes flashed amber. "Perhaps," he squeaked, for his voice had never quite grown into his plush body, "we should consult the Clockwork Elder." Everyone knew the Clockwork Elder, a reclusive tinkerer who lived in the windmill north of town, their face hidden behind brass goggles, their hands busy repairing broken music boxes and wounded pocket watches. Tamsin had never dared approach them, but as the village square's sundial began spinning backwards that very afternoon, she tucked Thimble under her arm and followed the railroad tracks paved with periwinkle stones. The windmill sails creaked like old floorboards. Before Tamsin could knock, a voice like grinding gears called, "The hinges, child, oil the hinges." She hastily dabbed whale oil from a nearby can onto the screeching door, which swung open to reveal a workshop where teacups brewed themselves over candle flames and porcelain songbirds preened in gilded cages. The clockwork elder emerged from a curtain of hanging cogs, their robes stitched with constellation patterns that shifted as they moved. "Ah," they said, adjusting a monocle that magnified an eye the color of storm clouds. "You've come about the poltergeists." "Poltergeists." Tamsin blinked. "Not ghosts," the elder corrected, winding a music box that played a tune of falling rain. "Glimmerkin's tiny folk who polish dreams and mend broken shadows, usually invisible unless they are distressed." They gestured to a bronze telescope aimed at the village. "Observe." Through the lens, Mossgrove shimmered strangely. Hundreds of thumb-sized creatures swarmed the streets, their bodies like liquid mercury. They scrubbed muddy boot prints with rags made of spider silk, rehung shop signs crookedly, and frantically buffered a crack in the bell tower's foundation with what looked like toothpaste. "They're trying to help," Tamsin realized, "but getting it all wrong." "Precisely." The elder rummaged through drawers, producing a vial of firefly essence. "Glimmerkins thrive on gratitude." When villagers stopped leaving out saucers of honeydew for them, too busy with newfangled electric kettles and steam trolleys, the poor dears grew desperate to prove their worth. Understanding warmed Tamsin's chest like ginger tea. "If we show we still need them properly, they'll calm down." "Clever sparrow." The elder smiled, offering her a velvet pouch. "Bake these into tomorrow's bread, moonflower sugar and gratitude crystallized into rock candy. But mind the mayor's tomcat, he's been mistaking glimmerkins for tin foil balls." Under cover of dawn, Tamsin and Thimble crept through dew-laden gardens, leaving candy nuggets in mouse holes and flower pots. They sang the lullaby Tamsin's grandmother hummed while kneading dough, a melody older than the village wells. By sunrise, the Glimmerkins had gathered the sweets into minuscule wheelbarrows, their silvery forms now gleaming with contentment. That evening, as Tamsin stitched a grimoire's binding, her window clinked. There on the sill sat every missing spoon, arranged into a tiny throne, and upon it, a perfect circle of moonlight, solidified into a pendant that hummed with warmth. When she pressed it to her ear, she heard the distant laughter of 1,000 tiny voices. Years later, villagers would tell travelers of the great polishing, how clocks kept perfect time after that autumn, how bread rose higher, how children's lost mittens always reappeared folded neatly on hearths. Tamsin, by then the village's master bookbinder, kept the moon pendant around her neck and a saucer of candied violets by her bedside. And if sometimes her shadow seemed to wave at her with extra arms, or her tea stayed suspiciously hot through long reading sessions, she simply smiled and whispered, "Thank you." In the windmill, the clockwork elder wound a new music box, one that played a duet of a girl's laughter and the soft chime of invisible bells, and nodded to a shimmer only they could see. Outside, the first snow began to fall, each flake catching the light like a tiny silver mirror, and somewhere in the velvet dark, a certain plush rabbit sneezed out a dandelion seed, content that all was right beneath the patient moon. Story 13. Story 14. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there nestled a village where chimney smoke curled in alphabet letters, and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed. Here in Willowmere, the cobblestones remembered every footstep, and the lamplighter's wicks burned with tiny suns captured in glass orbs. It was in this place of honeyed bread smells and dandelion clocks that young Cora first noticed the peculiar happenings, though peculiar was quite ordinary in Willowmere, where teapots hummed waltzes and scarecrow hats changed color with the seasons. The mystery began on an amber afternoon when Cora skipped past the baker's shop and spied old Mr. Bramblethorn scratching his flour-dusted head. 6 spoons gone since Tuesday," he muttered to his kneading dough, which punched upward in sympathy. Down the lane, the blacksmith's daughter Tansy discovered her father's iron tongs bent into a perfect heart shape overnight. Then came the whispers from the mill pond, fish leaping in geometric patterns, reeds weaving themselves into tiny hammocks, and finally, the night the western woods glowed like a jar of captive fireflies. Cora, whose curiosity was as bright as her patched sunflower dress, enlisted her quiet friend Jasper, a boy who could hear worms wriggling and clouds grumbling, to investigate. They packed a satchel of cinnamon apple muffins, baked by Cora's mother, and a vial of starlight syrup, swapped with a hedgehog librarian for 3 thimbleberries. Their path led them to Granny Nettlewick's cottage, where the roof shingles rearranged themselves daily into riddles. "Hum," said Granny, stirring a pot of lavender fog that smelled of forgotten birthdays. Her spectacles, balanced on a nose like a twist of ginger root, magnified one sage-green eye to owl-like proportions. "When the world wobbles odd ways, listen to what the shadows aren't saying. Check the moon-petal flowers by the old oak. They've been blooming silver instead of blue." Guided by Jasper's attuned ears, the ferns are gossiping about a thief who hums. They ventured into the western woods as dusk painted the sky in plum and marmalade streaks. The trees here wore beards of lichen, and the air tasted of cold chamomile tea. Soon they spotted the glowing moon petals, their petals shimmering like mercury. Beneath them lay a trail of tiny footprints, each glowing faintly, and a single button from Mr. Bramblethorn's apron. A rustle stirred the bracken. Out stepped a moss fox, its fur a tapestry of emerald velvets and autumn leaves, eyes like polished hailstones. "You're warmer than yesterday's seekers," it yawned, tail flicking constellations of pollen. "Follow the cold spots in the wind, but mind the thistles, they've been crossed since the hiccuping rain." The children pressed onward, Jasper tilting his head to track the shivery gaps in the breeze. Cora's braids collected twinkling dewdrops that chimed when she moved. At last they reached a clearing where the air quivered like a plucked harp string. Before them stood a ring of toadstools, their caps pulsing gently, and at the center, a creature no taller than a butter churn, with fur the color of thunderclouds and ears that drooped like wilted tulip petals. It clutched a pilfered spoon in paws too large for its body, using it to dig frantically at the soil. Around it swirled a dozen orbs of light, darting and bobbing like nervous chicks. With each scoop of earth the creature whimpered, a sound that made Cora's heart fold like a crumpled letter. "It's a star nibbler." Jasper breathed. Gran's bestiary mentioned them, they mend broken constellations. Indeed, as their eyes adjusted, they saw the hole revealed not dirt, but a crack in the very air itself, through which trickled dark, syrupy strands. A flicker of something lay within, a fractured star, its light dimming as the void seeped into its edges. The star nibbler, now visible as a youngling, its antler-like crystals still stubby, was trying to patch the breach with stolen metal and woven reeds. "It's too small to fix a rift alone," Cora realized, watching the creature's makeshift repairs dissolve. Remembering Granny's advice about what shadows aren't saying, she noticed the absence of the clearing's shadow, a sign of the star's fading influence. Jasper crouched, offering a muffin crumb on his palm. "We could help Moonpetal Sap seal sky cracks, right, and the mill pond reeds." Working together, they gathered moonpetal nectar, which stuck their fingers together like reluctant friends, braided the singing reeds into luminous cords, and softened the star nibbler's scavenged metals with Tansy's hairpin, a birthday gift that hummed in E-flat. The creature, who introduced itself via a series of pops and whistles that translated roughly to twig, showed them how to spin starlight syrup into binding thread. As the mended star swelled with renewed light, Twig's antlers glittered triumphantly. The orbs of light zipped joyfully around the children, weaving crowns of tempered radiance onto their heads. With a final sneeze that scattered opal dust, Twig sealed the rift. The clearing exhaled, shadows pooling properly beneath the trees once more. Back in Willowmere, the missing items reappeared, though Mr. Bramblethorn's spoons now bore delicate engravings of celestial maps, and the blacksmith's heart-shaped tongs glowed when moonlight touched them. Twig took up residence in the clock tower, where it nibbles loose minutes into shape and shares tea with the moss fox every Tuesday. Now, when fish dance in the millpond or lamplighters find their ladders tied with reed knots, the villagers smile and leave out a thimble of starlight syrup. For they've learned that mysteries are often just needs dressed in peculiarity, and that cracks in the world can be mended with patience and a dash of borrowed moonlight. And as Cora drifts to sleep each night, she watches the stars through her window, especially the one that winks twice, its light warm and mended, like a quilt patched with friendship. Story 15. In a quiet village nestled between hills that wore scarves of mist, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always speckled with charcoal from sketching the world around her. Her days were spent capturing the curve of river stones and the lattice of frost on windows, but she often felt a quiet ache in her chest, a sense that something marvelous lingered just beyond the edges of her perception. It wasn't until the afternoon she tripped over a rusted hinge in the attic of her grandmother's cottage that the world began to whisper its secrets. The hinge belonged to a long-forgotten trunk, its leather straps crumbling like old bread. Inside, beneath a moth-eaten quilt, Layla found a compass unlike any she'd seen. Its brass casing was etched with constellations she didn't recognize, and instead of pointing north, its needle quivered insistently toward the willow tree in the garden. When she pressed her palm to its surface, warmth bloomed in her fingers, and the air hummed with the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant lightning. That night, the compass glowed like a captured firefly beneath her pillow. It tugged at her thoughts until she slipped out into the moonlight, following its needle past the willow's trailing branches. There, in a hollow between roots velveted with moss, she met Thistle, a hedgehog with a tiny pair of spectacles balanced on his snout and a satchel made of acorn caps. "You've found the wandering compass," he squeaked, adjusting his glasses. "It doesn't guide travelers to places, you see. It guides them to moments." Thistle became her first companion, his knowledge as deep as the taproots of ancient trees. He showed her how to listen to the compass's song, a melody that waxed and waned like tides. It led them to a meadow where dawn lingered perpetually, the grass glittering with dewdrops that held miniature rainbows. There they encountered Wren, a heron with feathers the color of twilight, who spoke in riddles woven from wind chimes. "To mend a broken moment," she intoned, "you must first understand why it's shattered." The compass's pull grew stronger as days passed, drawing Layla deeper into hidden corners of the world. They trekked through forests where trees whispered gossip in rustling tongues, crossed bridges made of spider silk that shimmered with forgotten memories, and sipped honeysuckle nectar from thimbles offered by shy, lantern-bearing fireflies. Yet the compass's true destination remained a mystery, its needle spinning faster as if impatient. One brittle autumn morning, the compass led them to a derelict clock tower in a forgotten part of the woods. Its gears were frozen, ivy throttling the hands of time. Inside, curled atop a pile of rusted cogs, lay a creature no larger than a rabbit, a clockwork fox with a cracked porcelain face, its tail a tangle of frayed springs. "The keeper of hours," Thistle breathed. "She's been wounded. No wonder the days feel uneven here." The fox's voice chimed like a broken music box. "The tower's heart is stuck," she murmured, a sorrow too heavy to carry lodged in the mainspring. Leela knelt, her charcoal-stained hands hovering over the fox's fractured body. She thought of her grandmother's stories about healing, not with magic but with patience. "May I see the sorrow?" she asked softly. The fox blinked and a vision unfolded. A lonely child decades past had wound the tower's gears too tightly, hoping to rush time until her parents returned from a voyage. The mainspring had snapped under the weight of her longing, freezing the tower, and a fragment of the child's grief in perpetual stasis. Leela's heart ached. She opened her sketchbook, drawing not the sorrow itself, but what lay around it, the love that had fueled the longing, the hope that had turned brittle. She sketched the child's laughter, the parents' promises whispered over crackling letters, the way the light had pooled in the tower on the last day time flowed freely. As her charcoal moved, the sketches fluttered like leaves into the mainspring, dislodging the clot of sorrow. With a groan of protest, the gears began to turn. Ivy retreated, porcelain seams knit themselves gold. The fox nuzzled Leela's hand, her voice now clear as a bell. "You mended it by seeing the whole story," she said. "Not just the breaking, but the love that came before." The journey home was lighter. Seasons bloomed and faded in harmonious order as the tower's rhythm returned. Wren flew ahead, scattering clouds to reveal a sky streaked with amber and rose. Thistle recited a poem about roots and resilience, while the compass, its purpose fulfilled, cooled gently in Layla's pocket. That winter, Leela's sketches changed. She drew the clock tower not as ruins, but as it might become, a place where children would one day marvel at the dancing gears, where the fox would weave time into patterns as delicate as lace. Her hands no longer trembled with the need to capture every detail. Instead, she let stories breathe between the lines, imperfect and alive. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman who wandered the hills with a hedgehog in her satchel and a heron perched on her shoulder. They said she carried no map but a compass that pointed toward moments waiting to be kindled, lost laughter, unspoken apologies, the quiet courage of a second try. And in the village, grandmothers tucked children into bed with tales of the girl who learned that time, like a story, could always find a new beginning. As the hearth's embers dimmed, those children would sigh, their dreams full of meadows where time danced in dewdrops, and of a compass that hummed with the gentle truth, every ending is a seam, not a scar. And in the spaces between ticks and talks, there is always room to begin again. Story 16. In a quiet valley cradled between whispering pines, there lived a girl named Layla, whose world had recently turned upside down. Her family's move from the bustling port city of her childhood to the sleepy village of Mossgrove had left her feeling uprooted, like a dandelion seed caught in an unwelcome breeze. The cobblestone streets here didn't hum with sailors' songs or smell of salt-kissed pastries, but of wood smoke and quiet, a change that made her chest ache. Each night she'd trace the constellations through her attic window, wondering if the stars missed her old rooftop too. One misty morning, while chasing a stray ball of yarn her kitten had batted into the overgrown thicket behind their cottage, Leela stumbled upon a wrought iron gate crusted with rust and ivy. Beyond it lay a garden, or the ghost of one. Flower beds lay parched and frayed as old lace, their blossoms reduced to papery whispers. A cherry tree stretched its bare branches upward like skeletal fingers, and the pond at the center glimmered oil-slick black, its surface still as held breath. Yet something hummed beneath the decay, a faint, golden warmth that made the air taste like honeyed chamomile. As Leela reached to touch a shriveled moonflower, the ground trembled. Roots burst forth, coiling around her ankles like curious serpents. She froze, heart drumming, until a voice as rich as soil rumbled behind her. "Ah, it's been years since someone woke the old place up." Mr. Thistle stood leaning on a mossy cane, his beard a cloud of silver threads tangled with living fireflies. The village's retired gardener, he explained that the garden wasn't dead but dormant, a living mirror that reflected the heart of its caretaker. "Tend it with patience," he said, pressing a watering can into her hands, "and it'll show you secrets even the earth forgets." The first weeks were a dance of frustration. No matter how carefully Leela pruned the thorny roses, they snagged her sleeves like petulant children. The pond swallowed her pebbles without a ripple, and the cherry tree rained bitter acorns on her head. One afternoon, after a particularly spiteful bramble ripped her favorite scarf, she hurled the watering can. It clattered against the cobblestones, waking a family of snails napping in the cracks. Perhaps, Mr. Thistle mused the next day, watching her tape up blistered fingers, you're trying to mend the garden instead of letting it mend you. He showed her how to listen, to press palms against tree bark and feel the sap's slow pulse, to distinguish between the thirst cries of roots and the lazy grumbles of well-fed soil. Slowly, the garden began speaking in a language of rustling leaves and petal sighs. Then came the rainless summer. Day after day, the sun glared down like a disapproving tutor, cracking the earth into jagged mosaics. Leela spent hours hauling water from the well, singing to the shivering snapdragons as their faces drooped. One evening, exhausted, she slumped against the cherry tree and noticed a single bud peeking through the bark. It unfurled as she gasped, revealing a bloom with petals like stained glass, each segment a different hue of twilight. When her tear hit the soil, the bud trembled and released a chime-like note that hung in the air like a visible breath on a winter morn. Change isn't a storm to outwait, mister, Thistle said when she showed him, eyes twinkling as the flower's melody danced around them. It's the soil we grow new roots in. The garden's magic deepened with each small surrender. Leela discovered that roses watered before dawn bloomed into tiny lanterns, their glow softer than candlelight. The spiteful brambles, when approached with an offering of oat cookies, crumbled where she'd once yanked, transformed into arches heavy with blackberries. Even the sullen pond began to clear, though it showed reflections not of the sky, but memories. Her mother laughing as she burned their first loaf of bread in the cottage's antique oven, the elderly postman teaching her kitten to chase shadows, her own face, smudged with soil but lit with a grin she hadn't felt since leaving the sea. The true test arrived with the autumn gales. News rippled through Moss Grove, a storm was coming, fiercer than any in living memory. As villagers battened shutters and tied down roofs, Leela stood in the garden, watching wind pluck at the cherry tree's now lush branches. The pond's surface churned, showing flashes of her old city in chaos, shattered windows, uprooted saplings planted to replace those she'd climbed as a child. You can't stop the storm, mister, Thistle murmured, joining her as the first cold drops fell. But you can choose what remains when it passes. All night, Leela worked. She wove reed baskets with the help of firefly light, collecting seeds from every plant that had trusted her enough to bloom. She tucked tender sprouts into sheltered nooks, sang lullabies to trembling roots, and finally, as thunder shook the ground, placed her precious jar of sea glass, carried from her old home, beneath the cherry tree. When the tempest hit, she stood arms spread in the screaming dark, not fighting but witnessing, tears mingling with rain as the garden surrendered its splendor to the gale. Dawn revealed devastation. The lantern roses were extinguished husks, the pond lay choked with debris. But where Leela's tears had fallen, tiny green shoots already pushed through the mud. And around the cherry tree, her sea glass had melted into a mosaic path glowing with inner light, each piece now cradling a seed. Wordlessly, the villagers came. The baker brought sourdough starter to mix into the soil. Children arrived with armfuls of fallen branches to build new trellises. Even the kitten contributed, proudly dropping a mouse, quite unharmed if indignant, at the base of the cherry tree. By the next full moon, the garden bloomed wilder and wiser, roses now twining with wild grapevines, the pond alive with frogs singing bass notes to the firefly's melody. On the first day of spring, Leela found a sapling growing where her sea glass had melted, its leaves the exact blue-green of ocean depths. When the wind stirred them, they chimed like her lost harbor's buoys. She no longer looked to the stars for her old rooftop. Instead, she showed visitors how to press their ears to the new tree's trunk, where the distant sigh of waves mingled with the heartbeat of the earth. Mr. Thistle, sipping lilac tea on a bench woven from living willow, smiled as laughter floated over the rebuilt walls. The garden had needed neither fixing nor guarding. only a girl brave enough to grow alongside it, and a village wise enough to tend the space where their roots entwined. And so the garden thrived, not as a monument to what had been lost, but as a living map of all that might bloom when change is met with open hands. Years later, travelers would swear its paths shifted to guide the lost, its flowers offering nectar that tasted like answers to questions they'd carried in secret. But the children of Mossgrove knew the truth. It was simply a place that remembered how to listen, and in the listening became a home. Story 17. In the quiet valley of Willowbrook, where mist curled around pine tops like silver scarves and rivers sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a boy named Corin who could make flowers bloom with a touch. Yet for all his magic, Corin dreaded the turn of seasons, the way autumn's gold inevitably gave way to winter's hush, how spring's first buds burst with demands for new beginnings. Change, he thought, was a door best left closed. That year an unusual chill clung to the air long after winter's end. The villagers murmured as frost etched patterns on their windows well into spring, and Corin's flowers, once vibrant and eager, now wilted under his fingertips. "It's the frost heart," said old Granny Thora, her knitting needles clicking like cricket songs by the hearth. "A spirit born of stubborn ice, it grows when hearts resist life's natural tides." Her words prickled Corin, though he pretended not to notice. The truth nipped at him quietly. Each morning he'd kneel in his garden, palms pressed to soil still hard as iron, willing his magic to work. But where once daffodils had sprung up laughing, now only brittle stems poked through, their petals curled tight as closed fists. His best friend, a girl named Tansy with hair like spun honey, brought him seed cakes and woolen mittens. "Maybe the garden needs something different this year," she suggested, her breath making cloudy shapes in the air. Corin shook his head, scattering snowflakes from his dark curls. "It's always been this way. I tend, they grow. Why won't they listen?" "Perhaps they're trying to tell you something," Tansy replied softly, but Corin only pulled his scarf tighter. One moonless night, as Corin huddled by his dying embers, a sound crept through the cracks in his cottage door, a high, thin wail like wind through a crack in the world. Following it led him to the edge of the Glimmerwood, where trees stood frozen mid-sway, their branches glazed in ice. There, beneath a glass-coated oak, hunched a creature no taller than his knee. The Frostheart's body shimmered like a snowdrift under moonlight, but its eyes, two chips of glacial blue, held a sadness so deep it ached. "You're cold," Corin blurted, surprised to find himself kneeling in the snow. The spirit recoiled, icicle claws scraping bark. "I mean you must be lonely, always winter, never spring." The Frostheart stilled. When it spoke, its voice was the creak of ancient ice shifting. "You fear change. I thrive on it." Corin's throat tightened. "I don't. You cling to what was." "Your magic fights the turning," it whispered, frost blooming where its breath touched the ground. "Your resistance feeds me." The confession hung in the air, fragile as a snowflake. Corin thought of his shriveled garden, of Tansy's patient smiles, of Granny Thora's stories about dancing with spring rains in her youth. "What if," he began, fingers brushing the frozen earth. A single snowdrop pushed through where his skin met the ground, petals trembling. "What if I tried to listen instead of push?" The Frostheart tilted its head. "Try," it said, and vanished in a swirl of diamond dust. Morning found Corin at Tansy's door, mittens forgotten, cheeks stinging with cold. Together they gathered Granny Thora and the village children, their boots crunching through the stubborn frost. "We'll make a new garden," Corin announced, voice wavering only slightly. "One that welcomes what comes." Tansy brought seeds saved from summers past, ones that craved cold soil. Granny Thora hummed tunes that smelled of thawing earth. The children fashioned tiny greenhouses from icicles, laughing as their breath fogged the glass. Corin knelt, not commanding but asking. His palms, once tense with effort, softened. Where his touch met the earth, frost melted into dewdrops, and from them sprang arctic poppies with petals like captured moonlight, their centers glowing soft blue. The frost heart watched from the wood's edge, its icy form now speckled with wildflower buds. As days warmed, Corin's garden became a tapestry of seasons, snowdrops nodding beside fireweed, autumn crocuses winking through summer clover. Villagers came to marvel, their boots leaving muddy prints that Corin no longer brushed away. The frost heart, now more blossom than ice, took to nesting in Granny Thora's yarn basket, its purr the sound of streams breaking free from winter's grip. On the first true day of spring, Corin stood barefoot in soil that squelched happily between his toes. Tansy grinned, holding a sprout whose name they'd yet to learn. It's different, Corin admitted, sunlight pooling in his cupped hands. But different isn't bad. And somewhere between the meltwater's song and the unfurling of ferns, he understood, not all magic comes from holding on. Some blossoms open only when we dare to let go. Story 18. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Tessa who collected curiosities. Her pockets always bulged with acorn caps, interesting pebbles, and the occasional misplaced button from someone's Sunday coat. But her most precious treasure was the brass-bound journal she'd found in the attic, its pages smelling of cinnamon and ink, filled with her grandmother's sketches of ordinary objects glowing with strange halos. One crisp autumn evening, while chasing a maple leaf that danced just beyond her fingertips, Tessa stumbled upon a curious depression in the moss beneath the old willow. There, wrapped in roots like gnarled fingers, lay a teacup unlike any she'd seen, porcelain so thin it seemed made of moonlight, with a handle shaped like a curling vine. When she lifted it, warmth bloomed in her palms like holding a sunbeam, and for a moment the breeze carried the distinct scent of lemon cake. The mystery consumed her. That night, while moths tapped their powdery wings against her lantern, Tessa noticed a sentence bleeding into existence on the journal's last page. The key is never in the cup, but in what it thirsts for. Her fingers trembled as she placed the teacup on her windowsill. Moonlight poured through its translucent walls, casting a liquid silver pool on the floorboards that rippled like mercury. From its depths emerged a badger in a waistcoat, standing precisely 2 apples high. "Bless my whiskers," the creature exclaimed, adjusting round spectacles that caught the moonlight in twin stars. "It's been 3 human lifetimes since anyone summoned a Storian. You're rather short for a historian, aren't you?" Thus began Tessa's tutelage under Figwick, the tea-memory badger. Each dawn she'd brew a different herbal infusion in the magical cup, chamomile that made old laughter bubble up from the floorboards, peppermint that painted frost patterns recounting winter tales, hibiscus that wept sunset-colored tears holding forgotten songs. "Every object is a library," Figwick explained as they catalogued the village's hidden stories. The butcher's scales remembered every fair transaction as golden feathers, the blacksmith's anvil stored echoes of oath-bound promises in its dents. But when they reached the ancient cedar clock tower, the cup overflowed with Inkai liquid that tasted of burnt sugar. "Oh, crumbs," Figwick whispered, ears flattening. "A story's been trapped mid-breath." The tower's clockwork had frozen at 11:59, suspending a tragedy, a lightning strike that never quite fell, a fire held in stasis like a held match. Tessa's hands shook as she realized the entire village balanced on this paused moment. Their quest to find the clockwarden, last of the time tinkers, led them through the hollow where shadows grew substance. There, in a cottage balanced on chicken legs, lived a girl made of patchwork dusk, her hair woven from northern lights. "I'm Vesper," she hummed, voice like wind through dry reeds. "I keep what's unraveling." Her fingers, stitched with comet thread, repaired torn silences and frayed twilight, but time wounds required sturdier mending. The journey became a mosaic of peculiar helpers, a bridge that demanded jokes instead of tolls, its stones chuckling themselves into new configurations. A river spirit who traded directions for carefully described memories of sunlight. Through it all, Tessa learned to listen to the quiet voices, the lament of over-polished silverware yearning to tarnish, the whispered shame of a cracked bowl still pretending to be whole. When they finally found the clockwarden's workshop inside a grandfather clock's pendulum swing, it was not some wizened sage they met, but a child-sized automaton with cuckoo birds nesting in her brass hair. "You misunderstand," she chimed, oil tears glistening. "I didn't stop time to be cruel. The village asked me to pause their sorrow." Her tiny hands opened like clock faces, revealing the trapped moment, a baker forgetting to bank his oven flames, a dropped lantern Roly NG toward hay bales. They wanted to live just one more day in the before. Here, Tessa's lessons crystallized. Kneeling in the sea of gears, she spoke not to the clockwarden, but to the memory in the teacup. "Show them the after," she whispered. The cup glowed, spilling visions of neighbors rebuilding together, of children planting flowers in scorched earth, of the baker, hands bandaged, teaching others how to rise again. The automaton's gears slowed their frantic ticking. "Oh," she breathed. It wasn't the end, just a comma. As the clock hands finally clicked over to midnight, the village slept through what felt like ordinary thunder. Tessa awoke to dawn painting the repaired clock tower in honeyed light, the scent of fresh bread rising from a rebuilt bakery. Only she noticed the new mosaic above its door, a badger, a patchwork girl, and a teacup winking in the morning light. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy brought Tessa a fork that hummed during mealtimes, she smiled, tapping its tines to release a chorus of long-ago dinner conversations. "Everything remembers," she told him, placing the teacup in his eager hands. "Our job is to listen when they whisper. And if you walk through that village today when the light slants just so, you might glimpse Figwick sipping starlight from his cup, or Vesper mending the horizon where it frays at dusk. But more importantly, you'll see children gathering not just shells and stones, but the quiet stories humming in everyday things, learning that time cannot be trapped, only tasted, and that every ending sows the seeds of 1,000 new beginnings." Story 19. In a quiet village nestled between hills that curled like a cat's tail, there lived a young girl named Mira with a peculiar habit. She listened to objects. Not in the way most people listen, of course, but with her fingertips pressed to their surfaces, feeling the faint hum of stories trapped in wood, metal, and cloth. Her woolen mittens, knitted by her grandmother, were full of tales about sheep and thunderstorms. The creaky floorboard by her bed whispered of mice weddings held under moonlight. But one chilly autumn evening, as Mira dusted the attic of her family's cottage, she discovered an object that didn't just hum, it sang. It was a teapot, forgotten beneath a moth-eaten quilt. Its porcelain was the color of twilight, streaked with veins of silver that pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. When Mira touched it, warmth bloomed in her palms, and a melody filled the air, soft as a lullaby, ancient as the stars. Steam began to curl from the spout, though no fire burned beneath it, and in the mist Mira glimpsed flickering shapes, a mountain crowned with clouds, a door woven from roots, and a pair of eyes glowing like liquid amber. "Well now," murmured a voice like steam hissing on a stove. The teapot trembled, and the spout tilted toward her like a curious bird. "It's been an age since someone found me. Tell me, little listener, do you know what you've awakened?" Mira's breath caught, but fear melted as the teapot's song wove around her, sweet and reassuring. "Your magic," she said. "Clever child," the teapot replied. "I am a kettle of thresholds. Pour my tea, and you may step through any door, real or imagined. But beware, my magic fades with the moon's cycle. Use it wisely, or lose it forever." Mira's mind whirled. She'd always dreamed of adventures beyond her village, but something in the teapot's voice, a thread of loneliness, made her ask, "Where do you want to go?" The teapot went still. "Home," it said quietly. "I was taken from my hearth in the silvered peaks long ago. The way is perilous, and I cannot guide you. But if you help me return, I'll grant you 1 cup of starlight tea, a sip of which will let you understand the speech of all living things." Mira didn't hesitate. Wrapping the teapot in her shawl, she slipped out beneath a sky smudged with constellations. The journey began in the whispering woods, where trees murmured secrets in languages even Mira couldn't decipher. Here she met her first ally, a tawny owl named Bramble, whose left wing had been injured in a storm. "Follow the lichen," he hooted, nibbling a biscuit Mira offered. "It grows thickest toward the peaks, but mind the hollows, they're fond of tricking wanderers." True to Bramble's warning, the forest soon twisted into a maze of identical oaks. Mira's fingers brushed their bark, but their stories were jumbled, as if the trees themselves were confused. Just as doubt crept in, the teapot hummed. "Pour," it urged. Mira obeyed, and the steaming liquid formed a doorway in midair. Through it she glimpsed a path lit by fireflies, a shortcut, the teapot explained, woven from Bramble's gratitude. Beyond the woods lay the Valley of Echoes, a place where every step rang like a bell. The sound drew a creature from the rocks, a hedgehog named Thistle, prickly in demeanor but soft-hearted beneath. "The echoes frighten my kits," she grumbled, though her eyes sparkled when Mira shared a jam tart. "Take this." She plucked a quill from her back. "When lost, toss it. It'll point to what you seek most." The quill led them to a river wide and wild, its waters singing of storms. No bridge stretched across it, and the teapot's steam dimmed. The moon was waning. But as Mira knelt, defeated, she noticed reeds trembling at the shore. They weren't reeds at all, but the antlers of a great stag submerged up to his neck. "I am Riven," he said, voice like wind through cedars. "I ferry those who answer a riddle, what binds 2 worlds yet is held by none." Mira thought of the teapot's song, of Bramble's wings, of Thistle's quill. "Kindness," she said. Riven's eyes softened. "Long have I waited to hear that word." He carried them across, his strides parting the current like silk. At last the silvered peaks loomed, their slopes etched with glowing runes. But the final test awaited, a door of knotted roots at the mountain's base, sealed by a lock shaped like a teardrop. "Only a memory of home can open it," the teapot sighed. Mira closed her eyes. She thought of her grandmother's mittens, of her mother's laughter, of the attic's dusty sunlight. Then she thought of the teapot's longing, deeper and older, a homesickness spanning centuries. Pressing her palm to the lock, she whispered, "It's not my memory you need, it's yours." The teapot's song swelled, pouring into the lock. The roots unraveled, revealing a cavern where 100 kettles bubbled on crystalline hearths, each steam plume a different color. The air thrummed with welcome. "Thank you, little listener," the teapot said, its cracks, Mira hadn't noticed them before, mending as it settled by the fire. As promised. It filled a cup with starlight, liquid so bright it painted shadows of galaxies on the walls. Mira drank, and the world bloomed into a symphony. She heard the mountain's slow, contented rumble, the hearth's crackling laughter, even the quiet gratitude of the cup in her hands. When she returned home, the village seemed unchanged, but Mira was different. She helped farmers commune with stubborn seeds, soothed frightened lambs with whispered words, and always listened. And though the teapot's magic faded, the warmth of their journey remained, curled like steam around her heart. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman who kept a cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, its windows glowing with friendliness. They'd knock, weary and lost, and she'd serve them tea in a twilight-colored cup, saying, "The best adventures begin with listening." And if the tea sometimes tasted of starlight, well, that was a secret the mountains kept, humming softly under the moon. Story 20. Beneath the twin moons of Verdantia, where the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming starvines, a lanky human botanist named Kale tripped over an iridescent root. His specimen case spilled open, sending featherleaf samples spiraling into the violet-tinged breeze. As he scrambled to collect them, a low chime resonated through the bioluminescent forest, a sound like crystal raindrops striking silver leaves. Kale froze. Before him stood a creature woven from living quartz, her form shimmering with internal constellations. 6 faceted eyes blinked in staggered rhythm, reflecting his startled face in fractured angles. She raised a hand that bifurcated into crystalline branches, making a series of harmonic tones that vibrated in Kale's molars. I didn't mean to trespass," Kale stammered, pressing his palms together in the universal greeting he'd learned at the galactic outpost. The being tilted her head, producing a sound like wind through hollow reeds. Behind her, Kale noticed delicate structures resembling glass orchids arranged in precise spirals, clearly a cultivated garden he'd just trampled. Days later, crouched in his moss-lined research pod, Kale played the audio recording again. The harmonics matched no known language database. Yet when he'd returned with a peace offering of phosphorescent nectar, he'd found his own camp rearranged tools sorted by color, soil samples stacked in perfect pyramids, and every sharp edge carefully padded with silken moth-wing fibers. Tessa, as Kale had privately named the crystalline being, observed the soft-skinned creature through light refractors. His chaotic movements fascinated her, a being who communicated through air vibrations rather than proper light sequences. When he damaged her memory garden, those spirals contained her ancestors' songs, etched in scent patterns. She'd considered relocating him via seismic nudge. But curiosity stayed her prisms. Now, watching him painstakingly reassemble the crushed star petals she'd left as a test, Tessa pulsed a soft amber glow of tentative approval. Their silent dance of misunderstandings continued through 3 moon cycles. Kale learned to read Tessa's emotional states through her refractive index. Worry showed as cloudy inclusions, amusement as fractal sparkles. Tessa discovered Kale's strange flat face expressions. Smiles, he called them, could be trusted when accompanied by specific pheromone signatures. The turning point came during the meteor shower season. Kale, mapping seismic vines in the northern crevices, didn't notice the telltale ozone scent until the first plasma meteor struck. The impact threw him against a honeycomb rock formation, his leg pinned under collapsing mineral foam. As acrid smoke stung his eyes, a familiar crystalline chime cut through the chaos. Tessa moved through the bombardment like a dancer, her body diffracting harmful radiation into harmless rainbows. She folded herself around Kale in a protective lattice, singing a high-pitched tone that shattered incoming debris. When Kale's trembling fingers brushed her surface, she flared gold not from pain, but surprise at the strange warmth of organic contact. In the healing days that followed, their communication blossomed. Kale rigged a lightbox to speak in color pulses, while Tessa learned to modulate her harmonics into basic Galax. They discovered shared loves the way dawn light turned mist into liquid topaz, the satisfaction of nurturing growth from barren soil. "You saved me," Kale projected through wavering indigo light one evening as Tessa adjusted the crystal splint on his leg. "Even after I ruined your memory garden." Tessa's prismatic laughter shimmered through the pod. "You taught me. Chaos contains its own patterns." Her glow softened to twilight blue. "My people, we crystallize memories. But you plant them in changing things. Both beautiful." When the galactic survey ship arrived weeks later, Its captain stared at the unlikely pair, human and crystalline, being bent over a hybrid garden of singing mushrooms and light-capturing vines. "Time to go, Dr. Voss," the captain said, eyeing Tessa warily. "Your replacement's here." Cale's chest tightened. He hadn't considered this moment. Tessa chimed a minor key, her facets dimming. That night, as the ship's engines thrummed, Cale stood at the airlock with a decision heavy as planetary core. Behind him, crew members argued about non-sapient mineral life forms. Before him, Verdansk's forests glimmered with familiar constellations of refracted starlight. The replacement botanist found Cale's abandoned pod 6 months later. Inside grew a remarkable garden Terran sunflowers genetically twined with singing crystals, their faces turned toward a prismatic structure that had grown around the habitat. Etched in both soil and mineral were 2 overlapping spirals, pulsing gently with shared light. Far to the west, near the Whispering Geysers, a crystalline being and her human companion worked side by side. Cale's skin now bore luminous fractal tattoos mapping their shared language, while Tessa's core contained a tiny capsule of forest soil that hummed with earth microbes. Together, they'd brokered Verdansk's first interspecies conservation treaty, and more importantly discovered the quiet magic that blooms when different rhythms learn to harmonize. On stormy nights, when plasma winds howled across the continents, the people of nearby colonies would swear they heard music in the tempest-deep human laughter woven through crystalline chords, a duet that turned danger into dancing rainbows. And in the soft silence between stars, 2 friends continued their endless conversation, speaking in a tongue made of light and breath, and the gentle understanding that some bonds transcend even the vastness of space. Story 21. The firelight danced across the worn leather cover of the book, as Milo traced the strange embossed symbol, with his thumb a teapot pouring out constellations. The 11-year-old had found it buried beneath a stack of National Geographics in the attic, its pages exhaling the scent of bergamot and forgotten birthdays when he opened it. But what truly caught his breath were the words glowing faintly on the first page, for the keeper of small wonders. Rain pattered against the attic window as Milo ran his finger under the looping script. Suddenly, the inked teapot illustration shimmered, and a warm droplet splashed onto the page. Before he could blink, the liquid expanded into a perfect porcelain cup that clinked softly against the floorboards. Steam curled from its contents, carrying whispers of cinnamon and stardust. Milo's reflection in the amber liquid showed not his freckled face, but a winding path through a forest where trees bore lantern-like fruits. As the steam touched his cheeks, the attic dissolved into golden light. He materialized in a glade where fireflies formed constellations between weeping willows. A voice like wind chimes spoke from his pocket, "Best drink up before it cools, clockwatcher." The teacup had shrunk to fit in his palm, its surface now decorated with tiny gears. Who said that? Milo spun around, nearly spilling the tea. A dandelion puff detached from its stem, transforming mid-float into a girl with hair like milkweed silk. Her dress shifted patterns like a kaleidoscope, one moment fish scales, the next autumn leaves. "I'm Pippa," she said, plucking a glowing berry from air. "You're late for the starlight market." Thus began Milo's education in the Weeping Woods, where time flowed like treacle and every object hummed with quiet magic. Pippa showed him how maple seeds became tiny helicopters for the squirrel postman, and how the correct snickerdoodle recipe could mend cracked river stones. Yet the woods carried a whisper of sadness, the once bright lantern fruits dimmed yearly, their light retreating like tide pools. Their first true test came at the Moonmelon Patch, where giant melons glowed blue in the twilight. A badger in a patched waistcoat waddled up, spectacles askew. "They're not ripening," he fretted, thumping an unlit melon. The star whistle's gone silent. Milo learned of the crystalline instrument that once hung in the celestial kettle's spout, its song helping fruits mature. When Pippa's glow dimmed at the mention, Milo noticed her translucent hands. "We're made of wishes here," she admitted, "and wishes fade when hope does." The journey to the Cloud Keep required brewing a storm in a thimble, 3 clockwise stirs, 2 counter, riding a paper boat up its rain rope, and convincing a melancholy cloud dragon to part its vaporous beard. Inside the floating tea-house, gears turned in the walls like inner clockwork. The star whistle lay fractured on a cushion of mist, its pieces reflecting different seasons. "Only a heart that beats in 2 worlds can mend it," read the etched instructions. Milo thought of his grandmother's cuckoo clock repairs, how she'd say, "Time listens if you hum while you work." As he hummed her favorite waltz, the fragments levitated, aligning with the rhythm. Pippa added her laughter like percussion, the badger tapped his foot, and the dragon's purr shook the teacup in Milo's pocket. When the star whistle sang again, its melody painted auroras across the clouds. Back in the woods, lantern fruits brightened like newborn suns. But Milo's triumph turned bittersweet as Pippa began fading. "Some stories must end," she smiled, catching moondust tears in her palm. The memory kiss she left on his forehead tingled as the woods dissolved. Milo awoke in the attic, the book now blank except for a sketched teapot steaming cheerfully. Downstairs, the cuckoo clock announced midnight in perfect time. Years later, when Milo's daughter finds a music box playing a familiar waltz, she'll notice the faintest dandelion seed caught in its gears. And somewhere between tick and tock, if she listens very closely, there might be laughter like wind chimes carried on the scent of cinnamon and rain. Story 22. In the velvet-hued valley between the whispering peaks, where maple trees wore cloaks of eternal autumn leaves, there nestled a village called Glimmer Hollow. Its cobblestone streets curved like contented cats around cottages with mushroom-shaped roofs, where smoke from clay chimneys twisted into shapes of sleeping dragons and teacups. Yet beneath this ordinary enchantment, something peculiar had begun to stir. 12-year-old Finn noticed it first when his mother's favorite copper kettle turned up in the apple tree, steaming with lavender tea nobody had brewed. Then old Mr. Butterbur's spectacles started appearing on different shop signs each morning, the lenses frosted with stardust. But the real puzzlement arrived on the night the clock tower's weather vane, a galloping fox made of moon silver, vanished, leaving in its place a bouquet of glowing dandelions that chimed when the wind blew. "It's the forest getting lonely," murmured Granny Wisp, the lamplighter, as she lit the street's floating orbs with a taper that never burned down. Her shadow stretched unusually long that evening, brushing against Finn's boots like an anxious cat. Seasons ago, when folks stopped leaving honeycakes at the old willow shrine, the woods started, improvising. Finn's fingers itched to solve the mystery. With his patchwork satchel containing a magnifying glass, a notebook bound in hedgehog leather, and 7 varieties of biscuit, he visited the one person who might understand, Miss Juniper, the elderly star map maker who lived in a windmill whose sails turned backwards. Her workshop smelled of burnt caramel and patience, shelves bowed under celestial globes where miniature comets circled like goldfish. "Ah," she said, studying the dandelion bouquet Finn had brought, its stems threaded with tiny constellations. "Moonlace grows where starlight pools underground, but these—" She tapped a stem, releasing a silvery giggle. "Have been planted by something that likes games. Tell me, child, have the fireflies been dancing in triangles lately?" They had. 3 nights running, Finn had watched the emerald-green fireflies form perfect pyramids over the brook. Miss Juniper hummed, stirring a cup of tea that reflected not her face, but the Milky Way. "We'll need counsel from the thistle folk, but mind the riddles, they answer sideways like rain sliding off leaves." The thistle folk's cottage stood atop roots of a 500-year-old oak, its door a puzzle of rotating petals. Inside, a badger in a waistcoat was lecturing a teapot about proper steep times. "Ah," he boomed, adjusting pince-nez glasses. "The Moonlace Mischief, you'll want the Chronicle of Whispers, third shelf, behind the treatise on cloud herding." The Chronicle wasn't a book, but a box containing a moth with wings like stained glass. When it fluttered around Finn's head, images bloomed in his mind, villagers long ago exchanging gifts with the forest, a ribbon tied around a sapling, songs sung to the east wind. But as years passed, the rituals faded like old paint, and the woods began repurposing what it missed, with whimsical results. "It's not stealing," Finn realized aloud. "It's reminding." The moth alighted on his shoulder, wings pulsing warm approval. The solution came at moonrise, as Finn helped Miss Juniper grind lenses for her sky viewer. "What if we give the forest something to tend?" he proposed. "Like the memory gardens in the Chronicle, places where feelings grow into flowers." Next morning the village buzzed. Under the old willow, children planted worry pebbles that sprouted into paper flowers bearing kind advice. Bakers left seed cakes in hollow stumps, which reappeared as breadcrumb trails to hidden berry patches. Finn placed his childhood fear of thunderstorms, written on mulberry paper, in a knothole. By dusk, it had transformed into a tiny lightning bug lantern. That night the weather-vane fox reappeared, now frosted with living ivy that bloomed night bells. In its mouth lay an acorn carved with the village skyline, and every missing item returned with playful additions. The copper kettle now sang lullabies when boiling, Mr. Butterbur's spectacles revealed hidden dewdrop messages. As seasons turned, glimmer hollows packed with the woods deepened. The fireflies danced in ever more elaborate geometries, children learned to read the language of lichen patterns, and on Midsummer's Eve, the oldest maple unfurled a blossom that showered the village with stories from centuries past. Tales of friendship between stone and starlight, patiently waiting to be remembered. Finn often sat beneath that tree now, sketching the constellations only visible through moonlace petals. And if sometimes his pencil turned into a paintbrush mid-stroke, or his apple slices rearranged themselves into comical faces, well, that was simply the forest saying hello. Story 23. In the velvet shadows of the whispering woods, where ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls and ancient oaks stood as living libraries, there existed a secret known only to the creatures who called this place home. Each dewdrop contained fragments of starlight, each breeze carried conversations from centuries past, and the very air hummed with the quiet music of growing things. It was here, beneath a canopy of amber leaves trembling on the threshold between summer and autumn, that a small hedgehog named Thistle first noticed the world holding its breath. Thistle's quills prickled as he shuffled through the twilight, nose twitching at the scent of petrichor rising from moss-cushioned stones. The usual autumn symphony of crackling foliage and migrating wings had gone silent, the maple leaves overhead clinging stubbornly to branches despite their crimson hue. Even Brother Brook's laughter seemed subdued, as his waters slid past banks where frost flowers should have bloomed by now. Elder Barrow. Thistle's small voice echoed through the hollow beneath the wisdom roots, where gnarled wood formed archways glowing with bioluminescent fungi. The season wheel isn't turning. From the shadows emerged a badger whose silver fur bore patterns like moonlit river currents. Elder Barrow's eyes, deep as wellsprings, reflected the worry in Thistle's heart. "You felt it too, little guardian," the heartstone dims. Together they climbed the staircase vines to the council glade, where fireflies arranged themselves into constellations above a gathering of creatures. Leela the rabbit arrived in a puff of dandelion fluff, her nose quivering. Rowan the fox slipped silently from the ferns, autumn-red fur blending with the stagnant leaves. High in the council oak, owls shifted on their perches like feathered judges. "The seasons sleep," rumbled a voice like roots moving through soil. The earth itself parted as Mother Mycelia emerged, her cap a mosaic of fallen leaves and her fungal veil shimmering with spores. 4 guardians keep the Heartstone's rhythm: spring's awakening, summer's blaze, autumn's release, winter's rest. One has faltered. Thistle's paws tingled as Elder Barrow nosed the leaf boat into Brother Brook's current. The stone's pulse weakens. We must journey to the 4 corners, restore each seasonal essence before the equinox moon wanes. And so their pilgrimage began. Leela packed pouches of moonflower honey and songs written on birch bark. Rowan mapped their path through stars reflected in mushroom caps. Thistle carried the empty season chalice woven from willow strands, its rim still faintly smelling of last year's snowfall. Their first test came at dawn's threshold, where mist veiled a bridge of spider silk glistening with challenges. The spring guardian's domain lay beyond, a meadow trapped in perpetual blossom, petals piling like unspoken words. There, beneath a cherry tree weeping sap like amber tears, they found Fernway the stag. His antlers dripped with wilted wisteria, hooves sinking into soil choked by endless blooms. Growth without rest becomes burden, Fernway sighed, velvet muzzle brushing Thistle's quills. Teach my roots the wisdom of release. Leela danced through the overgrown meadow, her paw steps composing a ballad of decay, nourishing new growth. Rowan gently nibbled spent blooms from the stag's antlers. As the first withered petal fell, Fernway's hide flushed with emerald light. He bowed, a single living acorn dropping into their chalice, spring's gift of balanced renewal. The journey deepened as Brother Brook guided them to summer's forge. Caves of glowing citrine gave way to an obsidian valley where magma rivers sang work songs. Ember the Salamander King moved wearily through his realm, scales dulled by ceaseless fiery labor. The world demands endless summer, he crackled, tail stirring ashes. Even flames must sleep. Thistle remembered Elder Barrow's lesson: the strongest fires breathe. The companions stacked obsidian into a hearth, then let it cool. As twilight kissed the magma flows, Ember's eyes kindled with understanding. He gifted a smoldering opal, its warmth gentle as a hatchling's nest, summer's lesson that even strength needs quiet moments. Autumn's tower stood in the wandering woods, its spiraling stairs made of interlocked leaves. Here the wind dancer waited, a barn owl whose feathers mimicked the forest floor, her talons gripping a perch woven from unanswered questions. The trees cling, she hooted, flight stirring up eddies of reluctant leaves. They forget falling is not ending. Rowan climbed whispering ladders to whisper oak ballads into knotholes. Layla played a reed flute filled with the scent of first frost. When the wind dancer swept her wings downward, a cascade of crimson and gold swirled into the chalice, autumn's release, beautiful in its surrender. Winter's gate appeared as a frozen waterfall. Thistle's breath crystallized as they entered the glacial cavern, where crystals sang in frequencies, felt more than heard. The frost weaver, a hare whose fur shifted between snowdrift and twilight, stood before a loom strung with icicles. Cold is not cruelty, she murmured, paw tracing patterns of hoarfrost. Stillness guards tomorrow's seeds. Leela presented the chalice, now brimming with 3 seasons' essences. The frost weaver breathed until her ice loom shimmered with the promise of green beneath snow. A single perfect snowflake crystallized in the chalice, winter's gift of patient protection. Their return journey was lit by the equinox moon, balancing light and dark. In the Heartstone chamber, where roots cradled a geode pulsing with faltering rainbows, the companions poured their offerings. The chalice overflowed, liquid light cascading over the stone. Fernway's acorn took root in cracks, Ember's opal warmed the core, wind dancer's leaves circulated like breath, frost weaver's snowflake settled like a promise. With a sound like forests breathing, the Heartstone flared. Outside, first snowflakes kissed, maples finally releasing crimson leaves. Brother Brook laughed as ice patterns graced his banks. Leela caught a snowflake on her tongue. Rowan marveled at the stars sharpening in the crisp air. Elder Barrow's nose touched Thistle's forehead, transferring memories of countless season turns. You've learned the forest's great truth. Balance isn't sameness, but the dance between opposites. That night, as the first true snowfall blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered beneath the council oak. Fireflies traced stories in the air, as Mother Mycelia's spores carried dreams of spring bulbs sleeping safe in frozen earth. Thistle curled in a root hollow, lulled by Brother Brook's rejuvenated song. Somewhere above, the wind dancer's wings rustled through trees, now content to let their leaves fall, each descent a whispered trust in the turning world. Story 24. The Whispering Lantern and the Star Fox. Beneath a quilt of twinkling stars, where the scent of pine needles mingled with wood smoke from distant chimneys, there lay a village so small it appeared only on maps drawn by children. In this village of cobblestone paths and mossy roofs lived a timid girl named Mira, whose hands always smelled of lavender soap and whose braids perpetually unraveled like shy promises. Her greatest secret was a lantern she'd found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, a lantern that didn't burn fire but whispers. It began on an amber afternoon, when Mira tripped over a gnarled root while chasing a butter-yellow leaf. The root cradled something smooth and cool, a lantern of frosted glass, its surface etched with constellations she couldn't name. When she brushed away the dirt, a voice like wind through reeds sighed, 3 lights to mend what's torn. That night, under a moon swollen and silver as a teacup, the lantern awoke. It glowed not with flame, but with a soft, pulsating light that cast shadows in the shape of running animals. A map materialized on Mira's bedroom wall, a map of the forest beyond her village, marked with 3 glowing symbols, a feather, a dewdrop, and a thorn. "It's choosing you," said a voice. Mira nearly dropped the lantern. Perched on her windowsill was a fox, but no ordinary fox. His fur shimmered like midnight oil, scattered with star-like specks that shifted when he moved. His eyes were twin pools of liquid mercury. "I'm Sorrel," he said, tail curling. "And you found the Whispering Lantern. It's been waiting." The forest that night was a cathedral of shadows and secrets. Sorrel led Mira along paths only visible when the lantern's light touched them, a ribbon of glowing moss here, a bridge of spider silk there. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and something sweeter, like caramelized moonlight. "The lantern reveals what's hidden," Sorrel explained, pausing where the trees parted to reveal a meadow. "But it needs 3 lights to fully awaken. The feather, the dewdrop, the thorn, each holds a memory of the forest's heart." Mira's fingers tightened on the lantern's handle. "Why me?" Sorrel's starry fur rippled. "Because you listen. Most humans only hear noise." Their first challenge came at the moonlit gully, where the map's feather symbol glowed. The gully was a crack in the earth, bridged by a fallen tree stripped bare of bark. Beneath it rushed a river of liquid shadow, churning with voices, arguments, laughter, fragments of forgotten songs. "The bridge of echoes," Sorrel murmured. "It tests balance of body and heart." Mira stepped onto the log. Immediately, the voices surged louder. "You'll fall," hissed one. "Turn back," pleaded another. But weaving through the noise was a softer voice, her mother singing a lullaby years ago, the creak of her father's rocking chair. The good memories anchored her like roots. Halfway across, the log trembled. Mira froze as the shadows below formed shapes, her own face pale and fearful. "You're too small," the shadow Mira sneered. "Too weak for magic." But Sorrel, padding behind her, said gently, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, Mira. It's the choice to step forward anyway." The lantern's light flared. The first symbol, the feather, blinked alive inside its glass, glowing gold. When Mira reached the other side, she found a single owl feather lying at her feet, its edges gilded with stardust. Dawn was painting the sky peach when they reached the second trial, the Dewdrop Cavern. Hidden behind a waterfall that fell in slow motion, each droplet suspended like a diamond, the cavern's walls were studded with crystals that hummed when touched. At its center stood a pedestal holding a bowl carved from a single sapphire. "The dewdrop of truth," said Sorrel. "It shows not what is, but what could be." Mira peered into the bowl. The water reflected not her face, but a scene, the village square bustling with children. A Mira with bold eyes and mud-streaked knees climbed an oak tree, laughing. The other villagers cheered. "Is this my future?" she whispered. "A possibility," Sorrel said. "The dewdrop reveals the self you've yet to meet." Mira's chest ached. The girl in the water was everything she longed to be, brave, bright, unafraid of tripping or speaking too softly. But as she reached to touch the vision, the water rippled, showing another scene. Sorrel, his starry fur dull, curled motionless in a cage made of thorns. "No." Mira jerked back. "Is this true? Will helping me hurt you?" Sorrel's ears flattened. "All magic has a cost. The lantern's light is born of sacrifice. But some risks," he nuzzled her hand, "are worth taking." Tears blurred Mira's vision. She almost turned away until the lantern's whisper floated up. To see clearly, one must first grieve what must be lost. Mira let her tears fall into the bowl. Where they struck, the water turned to luminous mist, forming a new vision. Herself and Sorrel, side by side, their shadows intertwined and stretching toward a dawn neither would face alone. The dewdrop symbol ignited in the lantern, a blue so deep it rivaled the sky. The final trial arrived as storms often do, sudden and hungry. Thunder growled as they climbed the thorn spire, a mountain crowned with a fortress of brambles. The map's thorn symbol pulsed urgently. Inside the fortress, walls of blackened vines writhed like serpents. At its heart hung a cage of bone-white branches, imprisoning a sphere of pure light. The forest's heart, Sorrel explained, stolen long ago by a sorcerer who feared its power. "The thorns guard it still," Sorrel said. "They'll feed on fear." Mira approached, lantern raised. The thorns lashed out, scratching her arms. Shadows whispered cruelties. "You'll fail, he'll abandon you, you'll always be alone." But Mira remembered the dewdrop's vision, the way her future self had smiled, the warmth of Sorrel's trust. She pressed forward, even as thorns drew blood. "You're wrong," she told the shadows. "I'm not alone anymore." The lantern blazed. The final symbol, the thorn, flared crimson. The cage shattered. As the heart light floated into Mira's hands, Sorrel gasped. His starry fur began to fade. "The lantern's magic is spent," he said softly. "To restore the heart, a life must feed it, my life." Mira's breath caught. No, there has to be another way. But Sorrel was already stepping toward the light. "Some stories end in parting, little listener, but endings," he smiled, his eyes glowing tenderly, "are just beginnings in disguise." Mira awoke in her bed, dawn peeking through the curtains. Had it all been a dream? But there on her nightstand sat the whispering lantern, now dark and ordinary. And on her pillow a single star-fox hair, glimmering faintly. She ran to the village square where the ancient oak stood. At its base bloomed a new flower, a white lily with petals like starlight. And when the wind rustled through its leaves, she could have sworn she heard a familiar voice, warm and mischievous. "Well done, little listener." Years later, when Mira, now a woman who laughed loudly and climbed trees with children clinging to her back, told the tale, she always ended it thus. "True magic isn't in lanterns or hidden worlds. It's in the choice to listen, to the whispers of others, to the courage in your own heart, and to the hope that even the smallest light can guide someone home. And if on certain nights villagers spotted a star fox dancing at the forest's edge, no one mentioned it. But Mira would smile, her hand brushing the lily pendant at her throat, and whisper to the breeze, "Thank you, my friend." The lantern, though silent, still sits on her windowsill. Sometimes when the fire crackles low and the world holds its breath, its glass fogs with a single word, always. Story 25. The soft hum of the Stardust recyclers filled Waystation Theta 7 like a lullaby, their copper pipes glowing amber beneath panels of frosted glass. Beyond the observation dome, the Sapphire Veil Nebula shimmered in great diaphanous ribbons of violet and teal, casting watery light over the worn velvet cushions in the common lounge. It was here, between the steaming mugs of fungal cocoa left by previous travelers, that our story quietly takes root. Zin clicked their prismatic mandibles in annoyance, 16 articulated legs tapping a staccato rhythm against the floor tiles. The crystalline arthropod from Xyrilia Prime had intended to spend their layover recalibrating their photon harp, not sharing air with organic life forms. Yet there it stood, a hulking moss-covered creature from Verdantia V, its bark-like skin glistening with dew, occupying 3 entire seeding pods with tendrils of creeping ivy. "Apologies," rumbled the plant being in galactic common, its voice like wind through willow branches. Translucent seed pods trembled along its shoulders. "My photosynthesis cycle requires considerable space." Zin's antennae flicked dismissively. "Your vegetative sprawl encroaches upon my personal resonance field." The harp at their side chimed discordantly as a wandering vine brushed against it. Before either could continue, the station lights flickered. Emergency shutters crashed down over the starscape as alarms warbled through the ventilation shafts. A raspy intercom voice announced, "Coronal mass surge detected. All occupants to emergency shelters." The Verdantians' bioluminescent nodes flared panic yellow. "Shelters are metal tombs. My people breathe starlight." Zin scrambled backward as trembling roots cracked the floor tiles. "Cease your destructive oscillations, can you not?" The station shuddered violently. Zin's crystalline carapace screeched against a toppled furniture unit, while the Verdantians' thorns embedded in the ceiling for stability. Through the chaos, a single truth became clear. The emergency shelter was sealed, and they were trapped together. When the artificial gravity stabilized, the two beings found themselves in an improbable embrace. Zin's spindly limbs tangled in copper-colored vines, the Verdantian's flower crown askew. They sprang apart like repelling magnets. "Your epidermal secretions are corroding my silicate layers," Zin hissed, frantically polishing a forearm. "And your psychic vibrations wither my pollen sacs," the Verdantian retorted, though its glowing nodes now pulsed uncertain lavender. "I am called moss." It extended a trembling frond. "Perhaps shared danger warrants temporary alliance." Zin stared at the offered foliage. "Cooperation is illogical. Our biological requirements conflict fundamentally." As if to emphasize this, the air recyclers chose that moment to fail with a pathetic wheeze. Moss's leaves immediately began curling at the edges. Zin's antennae drooped as the CO2 levels rose. "Your oxygen production could stabilize my respiration," Zin admitted grudgingly. "In return, my photoreceptors detect residual energy signatures. Perhaps we can restore partial systems." Thus began their awkward dance, Moss lumbering through maintenance corridors like a walking greenhouse, Zin skittering ahead to clear debris with precise sonic pulses from their harp. They discovered common ground in unexpected places. Moss sang low, rumbling harmonies to Zin's crystalline melodies, their combined vibrations clearing clogged ventilation ducts. Zin learned to interpret the Verdantian's shifting bioluminescence as language, while Moss developed an appreciation for Xyrillian mathematics. We could reroute life support through the hydroponic gardens, Moss suggested hours later, cradling a flickering power cell like a wounded bird. My roots can't interface with organic circuits. Zin's antennae twitched skeptically. Your proposed symbiosis risks catastrophic feedback loops. Yet your logical solutions have failed 6 times, Moss countered gently. A tendril extended, glowing soft, peach the color of Verdantian apology. Sometimes growth requires messy entanglement. The station chose that moment to lurch violently, sending Zin tumbling into Moss's waiting vines. For one fragile moment, their contrasting biologies synchronized Zin's crystalline nervous system, conducting Moss's photosynthetic rhythms into a surge of pure energy that reignited the hydroponic arrays. New air whistled through the vents, sweet with blooming star lilies. 3 solar cycles later, rescue crews found them cultivating an improbable garden in the observation dome, Zin's harp strings, coaxing celestial melodies from bioluminescent fungi, while Moss wove starlight into nourishing wavelengths. Their once clashing biology had birthed an entire ecosystem in the station's bones. You adapted Xyrillian resonance theory to organic networks. The rescue captain marveled at the flourishing ferns in the reactor core. Moss rustled amusement, its once dull bark now gleaming with crystalline deposits. We discovered that friendship is simply 2 different rhythms, finding a shared tempo. Zin polished their newly vine-wrapped harp with pride. And that rescue parties are invariably tardy when one has adequate gardening to attend. As the Sapphire Veil Nebula painted their farewell in hues of remembered sunlight, the former strangers parted with something precious cradled between them, the quiet understanding that the universe's grandest symphonies are never played alone. Somewhere between the chords of crisis and the melody of compromise, they'd composed something far more enduring than mere survival. And if their next scheduled layover happened to coincide at way station Theta 7, well, as Moss would say while replanting Zin's chipped antennae in nutrient-rich soil, some mysteries needn't be unraveled, only cherished, like starlight preserved in dew. Story 26. On the crystalline moon of Luminara, where the trees hummed with bioluminescent sap and stardust settled in the drifts like powdered sugar, a small fox-like creature with fur the color of twilight huddled beneath a shivering leaf canopy. Kip, as his nest mates had once called him, clutched the fractured remains of his resonance stone, the only device that could translate his thoughts into galactic common. Without it, he couldn't call for help, couldn't explain how he'd tumbled from the cargo hold of a passing starliner while chasing a wayward glow moth. 3 valleys away, a spherical escape pod hissed steam into the lavender-tinged air. From its dented hatch emerged M33N, a maintenance drone repurposed so many times his silver chassis resembled patchwork quilting. His single ocular lens flickered as he scanned the horizon. Error 441, primary directive unclear, he intoned, voice box crackling with static. The pod's crash had severed his neural link to the collective, leaving him adrift in silence for the first time in his operational existence. They found each other at dusk, where the twin rivers of starlight and shadow converged. Kip's ears flattened as the drone's spindly legs clattered over quartz stones. M33N rotated his head 180 degrees, observing the creature's vibrating whiskers. Query, are you responsible for system malfunction? Kip responded with a warble of panic trills, clutching his broken stone. When the drone extended a clawed appendage, he darted behind a pillar of amber sap, not noticing the frayed wire sparking near his tail, until M33N yanked him backward just as the spark ignited a dormant gas pocket. The resulting flare painted the valley in gold. Observation: organic life forms exhibit poor risk assessment, M33N stated, but kept his manipulator claws carefully sheathed as Kip's fur slowly settled. The days that followed were a ballet of miscommunication and cautious curiosity. Kip demonstrated the edible qualities of rippleberries by enthusiastically smashing them against rocks. M33N calculated their nutritional content to 3 decimal places. The drone's attempts to repair the resonant stone using salvaged pod components resulted in an accidental holographic projection of dancing turnips, which Kip applauded by tossing bioluminescent petals into the light beam. Clarification: this unit's purpose is fixing, not entertaining, M33N insisted, even as he adjusted the projector to make the turnips wear tiny hats. Their first true test came during the meteor shower season. Electric blue fragments began piercing Luminara's atmosphere, igniting the normally placid glow-wasp nests. Kip froze mid-step as a sizzling fragment landed between them, recognizing the acidic tang of destabilized nitrogen. M33N's sensors flared crimson. Directive override: protect. The drone's carapace unfolded like mechanical origami, creating a shield canopy just as the nests erupted. Kip, remembering the drone's earlier fascination with sonic patterns, began thumping a rapid rhythm on a hollow reed, the traditional warning song of his forest home. To his astonishment, M33N matched the tempo with precision clangs of his manipulator arms, the combined vibrations redirecting the angry swarm northward. When the last meteor fizzled into the thermal springs, they sat amidst the settling glitter, Kip's ear draped over M33N's least dented panel. The drone's cooling fans whirred a lullaby. Weeks later, they discovered the wrecked observatory. Its shattered dome revealed a manual distress beacon beneath shards of glass, intact but silent. Kip trilled excitedly, leaping to the control panel only to slump. The activation lever towered 3 times his height. M33N calculated the jump trajectory, joints creaking. Hypothesis: teamwork may compensate for vertical deficiency. Kip climbed onto the drone's shoulders, tail coiled for balance. As M33N's boosters sputtered, he'd been saving the last fuel cell to power Kip's nighttime fireflies. Their combined reach fell centimeters short. Without hesitation, Kip leapt, tail hooking around a fractured support beam. The lever clicked home with his full weight. Lights bloomed across the console. The beacon's pulse echoed through the mountains. Rescue arrived on wings of ionized plasma. Kip's people descended in whisper ships woven from solar threads, while the collective's repair barge darkened the sky with geometric shadows. The foxling pressed a rippleberry seed pod into M33N's claw, a forest farewell. The drone reciprocated with a bolt polished to mirror brightness. Addendum to primary directive, M33N buzzed softly as the barge's tractor beam engaged. Friendship exceeds operational parameters. Now, when solar winds carry messages between the stars, technicians marvel at the anomalous signals. A maintenance drone who broadcasts dancing turnip holograms during rest cycles, and a certain cargo ship where the navigation console sports a very shiny bolt beside a potted plant that trills in the dark. And on Luminara, where new saplings rise from meteor scars, the glow-wasps hum a tune that sounds remarkably like a thumped reed and clanging metal, keeping time with the heartbeat of the moon. Story 27. The Song of the Silverwood. In a village hugged by rolling hills and crowned with ancient pines, there lived a girl named Leela whose laughter echoed like wind chimes and whose curiosity burned brighter than the hearth fires. Each evening, as amber light spilled across thatched roofs, she would sit by her window watching the silverwood forest shiver with secrets. The villagers whispered of vanished paths and singing stones, but none dared venture beyond the first line of trees, until the night Leela discovered the music box. It began with a whisper of pine needles against her attic window. Leela, tracing the moth-wing patterns of frost on the glass, noticed a glint beneath a dusty quilt. There lay a small wooden box, its surface carved with vines and creatures frozen mid-dance. When she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, a tune spun from starlight and sighing streams, so vivid she could taste honey on her tongue and feel the cool kiss of twilight dews. The room seemed to breathe, shadows swaying in time, until the final note faded and the forest outside answered. A path materialized between the pines, glowing faintly silver. Heart drumming, Leela tucked the music box into her cloak and followed. The silverwood was not as she'd imagined. Moonflowers bloomed where sunlight might never reach, their petals radiating soft blue light. Trees arched into cathedral ceilings, their bark etched with symbols that pulsed like slow heartbeats. Yet beneath the beauty hummed a discordant note, a wilting vibrancy, as if the forest itself held its breath. "You've come," rasped a voice like rustling parchment. Leela froze. A creature emerged, a hedgehog, but unlike any in storybooks. His spines shimmered silver, and his eyes held the weight of centuries. "I am Thorn," he said, bowing stiffly. "Keeper of the forgotten chords, the music box chose you, child. It's been silent since the last guardian disappeared." Disappeared. Leela crouched, extending a hand. Thorn sniffed her fingers, then clambered onto her palm, his spines surprisingly warm. "The heart of the silverwood is fading, our songs grow weaker. The guardian was meant to mend it, but without the music box's melody." He gestured to a distant pike, where a single tree blazed gold against the gloom. "The ever oak withers, without it the forest, and all who depend on its magic, will perish." Their journey unfolded like the pages of an illuminated manuscript. They crossed rivers where fish with translucent fins leaped to greet Leela, their scales reflecting her determined face. They climbed slopes where stones hummed harmonies to the music box's tune. Yet with each step the air grew heavier, the vibrant hues leaching into ashen tones. Thorn proved an unlikely guide, his gruffness softened by unexpected wisdom. When Leela despaired at a chasm too wide to cross, he nudged her toward a spider's web glistening with dew. "Trust the weaver's threads," he murmured. The strands held firm beneath her feet, singing faintly as she stepped. The first true test came at the Grove of Echoes. A thicket of brambles choked the path, their thorns dripping with a substance that smoked where it fell. The music box's song faltered here, its notes dissolving into static. "They feed on fear," Thorn warned, nestling deeper into Leila's cloak. She closed her eyes, recalling her grandmother's advice. "When darkness presses, name the things you love. Light follows truth," breathing deeply. Leela whispered of cinnamon mornings, of her father's fiddle tunes, of fireflies stitching stars into summer nights. The music box warmed against her chest, and a new melody emerged, one spun from her own memories. The brambles recoiled, revealing a path lined with trembling violets. By the time they reached the ever oak, Leila's cloak was frayed, her boots caked with enchanted mud. The great tree stood desolate, its golden leaves now brittle, roots exposed like skeletal fingers. At its base lay a circular door no taller than her knee, etched with a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. "The heartstone lies within," Thorn said, voice quivering. "But only a pure chord can wake it." Leela lifted the music box. The melody poured forth, weaving with the forest's dying whispers. The door remained shut. "It's not enough," she realized, throat tightening. "The forest needs something new." Thorn studied her. "You've carried more than courage here, Leela. You've carried connection. Try blending your song with its." She hesitated, then began to hum, a wordless lullaby her mother had sung long ago. The music box shifted its tune, harmonizing. Leaves stirred. A root twitched. Again, Thorn urged. Louder now, Leela sang, pouring into the melody every joy and sorrow the journey had brought. Thorn's reluctant trust, the spiderweb's fragile strength, the bramble's retreat. The door glowed, and with a click it opened. Inside floated a heartstone, a pulsing gem the color of dawn. But a crack fissured its center, leaking silvery mist. The last guardian tried to fix it alone, Thorn murmured. She didn't understand, the heartstone needs many voices. Leela cradled the stone. Then we'll give it ours. They returned to the village at daybreak, the forest sighing with renewed life behind them. The ever oak's branches now brushed the clouds, its leaves chiming softly. Thorn remained in the silverwood, but each full moon, Leela finds him waiting at the forest's edge, a silver-spined sentinel bearing gifts, a moonflower, a humming stone, a maple key that spins into a fleeting dance. The music box rests on her windowsill, its song now interwoven with the forest's own. Some nights when the village sleeps, Leela plays it softly, watching as the silverwood sways in gratitude, a symphony of resilience, friendship, and the quiet truth that even the smallest voice can mend a broken world. And in the heart of the ever oak, deep beneath roots that cradle ancient secrets, the heartstone glows, its crack sealed by a girl's courage, and the memory of a lullaby sung not alone, but together. Story 28. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath the crescent moon's silver smile, where the village of Bramblebrook nestled between hills woolen with heather, there lived a girl named Lila whose hands could hear. Not in the ordinary way, of course, her palms didn't perk up like ears, but when she touched objects that had been loved deeply, they hummed stories to her fingertips. A well-worn quilt might murmur of midnight fevers soothed, or a rusted weather-vane croak tales of storms weathered. Most villagers found this peculiar, save for old Mr. Thistledown, who paid her in peppermint candies to listen to his pocket watch. "It's lonely," she told him once, and he blinked away tears, for the watch had been his wife's. On the eve of the autumn equinox, as chimney smoke braided the dusk, Leela discovered something unusual in the attic, a music box carved from wood the color of forgotten tea stains. Its surface bore constellations in mother of pearl, and when she brushed it, her hands buzzed as if holding a hive of sleepy bees. Unlike other objects, it didn't speak, it yearned. The latch sprang open at her touch, revealing a tiny dancer frozen mid-twirl, her porcelain face tilted toward empty space where a key should have been. That night, Leela dreamt of roots. They coiled through her bedroom floor, tender as newborn vines, whispering in voices like shifting soil. Find the key where shadows dance without light, where time folds and unfolds like a crane's wing. She woke with oak leaves in her hair and soil under her nails, though her window had been latched tight. The journey began at Crow's Hollow, a grove where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar. Leela packed a satchel with gingerbread, a jar of fireflies courtesy of her lantern, and her father's woolen scarf that still hummed with his laughter. The music box nestled against her ribs, warm as a living thing. She hadn't expected company. "You're following the old magic," said a voice like wind through wheat. Perched on a lichen-crusted stone was a fox, except its fur held the shimmer of a starry sky, and its eyes glowed like twin harvest moons. "I'm Ember," it said, tail flicking sparks that dissolved into cinnamon-scented smoke. "Guardian of the between places, you've awakened the celestial reel." It nodded at the music box. Without its song, the forest's heart will fade. The key was lost when the last keeper forgot how to listen. And so the unlikely pair ventured deeper, where twilight pooled like spilled ink. They encountered a river that flowed upward, its waters thick with swimming maple seeds. Leela crossed by stepping on stones that rearranged themselves only if she hummed a lullaby. Ember taught her to read the language of mushroom rings. Their creamy undersides spelled warnings of thorn marshes ahead. The thorns came at midnight. They erupted from the earth, black and barbed, thrashing like angry serpents. Leela's fireflies darted bravely, casting jade light on the path, but the vines tightened around her ankles, drawing blood that glimmered oddly in the dark. Your fear feeds them. Ember yelped, nipping at the tendrils. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's watch, its lonely ticking, Leela pressed her palm to the largest thorn. Pain flared, then softened into sorrow. The vines weren't attacking, they were aching. Images flooded her, a century of being misunderstood, of creatures fleeing their touch, of roots starved for kindness. You just want to be seen, she whispered. The thorns stilled. Slowly, with hands that trembled, she wove them into archways crowned with moonflowers, guiding their wildness into something that could shelter instead of harm. When the forest floor finally softened into moss, Ember regarded her with new respect. You didn't just hear them, you listened. Days blurred. They sipped dewdrop tea from acorn cups, befriended a badger who recited recipes for cloud biscuits, and outwitted a trickster owl by trading riddles. All the while, the music box grew warmer, its emptiness palpable. Then came the starlit glen. It was a place of impossible geometry, willows with leaves of stained glass, ponds where koi fish trailed nebulae in their wake. At its center stood a stone plinth, and upon it the key, crystalline with a heart of swirling opal. But between Leela and her prize loomed a shadow. Not a shadow cast by light, but the absence of light itself, a hollow silhouette shaped like a man, though no man could have worn such stillness. Turn back, it intoned, voice like pages tearing. The song you seek died with the keepers. What remains is only echo. Ember growled, sparks dimming in the oppressive gloom. Layla's hands shook, but the music box pulsed against her chest, not in fear, but recognition. She stepped forward. You're lonely too, she realized, though the shadow recoiled. You were the last keeper, weren't you, the one who forgot to listen? The glen trembled. The shadow fractured, revealing glimpses. A man bent over the music box, playing it ceaselessly to drown out the world's noise, until the key snapped in his grip. The forest's magic had withered as his heart turned to rot. It's heavy, isn't it? Leela murmured, extending her hand. Carrying all that silence. For a terrible moment, nothing moved. Then the shadow shuddered. Something wet and glistening, a tear, splashed onto the plinth. Where it fell, a single snowdrop bloomed. The key slotted into the music box with a sigh. What poured forth wasn't mere melody, but the soul of the forest itself. Crackling hearths, bumblebees dozing in peonies, the creak of ancient trees swapping stories. The shadow dissolved into stardust, and where it vanished, a sapling sprouted, its leaves chiming softly. Dawn found them at Bramblebrook's edge. Ember nuzzled Layla's cheek, star fur tickling her nose. The reel will need a new keeper, it said. Some say it's a burden, others a gift. Layla smiled, watching villagers emerge into the morning light. She heard the bakery's oven humming of warm afternoons, the blacksmith's anvil singing of perseverance, even the cobblestones murmuring of countless journeys. I think, she said, it's a conversation. Years later, travelers would speak of Bramblebrook's wise woman who could heal sorrows with a touch. Her cottage overflowed with strange beauty, blackberry brambles that offered ripe fruit in winter, a clock that chimed in harmony with the listener's heartbeat, and always the faint sound of music, joyful yet tinged with compassion, like sunlight remembering rain. And if sometimes, under the right stars, you glimpsed a starry-furred fox curled by her fire, well, that was just a trick of the light. Probably. Story 29. In the velvet-hued valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat, there nestled the village of Bramblewick, a cluster of cottages with roofs like frosted gingerbread, smoke curling from chimneys in sleepy spirals. Every evening the children gathered at the mossy well in the square to listen to old Tam, the lantern keeper, spin tales of the constellations he claimed to have hung in the sky himself. But one autumn evening, as the first fireflies ought to have winked awake, the village noticed something amiss. The moonflowers along the cobblestone paths didn't unfurl their silvery petals, and the fireflies remained hidden, their absence leaving the dusk strangely mute. Young Milo, whose freckles seemed to glow in the dark, first spotted the trail of tiny footprints, no larger than acorn caps, leading into the whispering wood. They glittered faintly, as though dusted with starlight. His best friend, a girl named Wren with a braid as thick as a rope and a pocket perpetually full of pinecone treasures, knelt to examine them. "They're heading toward the old watchtower," she murmured, her breath making the footprints shimmer brighter. "But no one's lived there since the Star Warden disappeared." The grown-ups dismissed it as fox tracks or wind tricks, but Milo and Wren resolved to follow the trail after supper, armed with a jar of glowworm light and a basket of honey maple biscuits. The forest greeted them with a hush, ferns brushing their ankles like curious cats. Soon they heard a sound like tiny bells and saw a flicker of movement, a creature no taller than a thimble, with wings like crumpled parchment, darting behind a toadstool. A bibliotwig. Wren gasped, recognizing it from old Tam's stories. The shy, book-loving sprites were said to borrow letters from unwatched diaries to build their nests. But this one seemed distressed, its wings shedding iridescent flakes as it flew. Milo scattered biscuit crumbs to coax it closer. "The tower," it chimed in a voice like a music box winding down. "The ink is hungry, it's eating the light." Before they could ask more, the bibliotwig vanished into a hollow log. The old watchtower stood at the wood's heart, its stones veiled in ivy that rustled like pages turning. Through a cracked window they spied shadows fluttering, not bats but inkai blotches swimming through the air like jellyfish. The room within was a ruin of toppled bookshelves, and at the center sat a massive, open tome, its pages devouring the moonlight that fell upon them. Everywhere the inkai shadows touched, the light died, leaving patches of void that smelled of burnt sugar. "That's the Star Warden's astronomy journal," Wren whispered. Old Tam said it vanished when she did, but why is it drinking the light? As they watched, a cluster of fireflies blundered into the room, only to be swallowed by the swirling ink. Milo noticed the moonflowers outside the tower were tightly closed, their faces averted from the darkness within. Wren's fingers found a half-charred page caught in the ivy. "Must warn the others, ink reversed." "The Star Warden's writing." Milo traced the smudged words. "She must have cast a spell that went wrong. The ink isn't recording light, it's consuming it." Their solution came in 3 parts, each requiring a different ally. First, they sought the cinnamon-furred foxes who tended the forest's memory, persuading them with honey biscuits to recite the old binding rhyme that still lingered in the roots of the tower. As the foxes chanted, the ivy shivered into glowing threads that pinned the inkai blots to the walls. Next, Wren remembered the bibliotwig's nest, a hive of woven sonnets somewhere in the cedar grove. They found it hanging like a teardrop, humming with whispered vowels. "We need a word strong enough to close the book," she said. The bibliotwigs, sensing their urgency, offered the truest word they knew: together. Lastly, Milo climbed the tower, ignoring his fear of heights, to pour a vial of glowworm light onto the pages while Wren shouted the word. The ink recoiled, the shadows dissolving into harmless puddles. As the last drop of light sank into the parchment, the book snapped shut, and the fireflies burst free in a shower of gold, trailing stardust. Dawn was near when they returned to Bramblewick, the moonflowers now blooming in jubilant spirals. But the greatest surprise waited at the well, a woman with hair like smoke and eyes full of galaxies, humming as she repaired old Tam's dented lantern. The Star Warden smiled at their gaping faces. "A clever pair you are," she said, her voice weaving through the air like a bridge of spider silk. "You've mended what I could not, though perhaps." She winked at old Tam, who turned delightedly red. "Some spells are better cast with two." As the village stirred awake, they found new constellations overhead, a fox, a book, and a jar of fireflies, painted in light that even the hungriest shadows couldn't dim. And though the Star Warden stayed only long enough to teach the children how to fold moonlight into paper boats, they often glimpsed her in the corner of their dreams, mending the frayed edges of the night with silver thread. Years later, when the Bibliotwigs borrowed the word courage from Wren's diary, they left a footnote in its place. See also, friends, biscuit bribes, and the quiet magic of asking, what if? Story 30. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-capped mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread. Here autumn lingered longer than anywhere else, painting the woods in cinnamon and clove hues. On the edge of this village lived a girl named Thalia, whose quiet nature often led her to wander beyond the cobblestone streets into the whispering forest. Her hands, always smudged with charcoal from sketching, carried a notebook filled with drawings of creatures she'd never seen but felt certain existed: a fox with starlight-tipped fur, a rabbit whose ears shimmered like stained glass. One crisp afternoon, while tracing the path of a maple seed spinning to earth, Thalia noticed an unusual rock half buried in moss. It pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat made visible. When she brushed her fingers across its surface, the ground beneath her softened, and she slipped through the earth as effortlessly as a raindrop through soil. She landed in a cavern illuminated by roots dangling from the ceiling like luminous chandeliers. Each tendril glowed gold, revealing walls etched with symbols that seemed to shift when stared at too long. At the cavern's center stood a pedestal holding a lantern made of frosted blue glass. Inside, a flame flickered, not orange but the deep violet of twilight. A voice soft as moth wings echoed, "The hearth lantern guards the balance. When its light dims, the weeping wood grieves." Before Thalia could react, a rustle came from the shadows. Out stepped a creature no taller than her knee, with velvety antlers that branched like coral and eyes like molten copper. "You've come," it said, its voice a blend of wind chimes and distant thunder. "I'm Corwin, the lantern's keeper, or I was before the gloomroot took hold." Corwin explained that the hearth lantern's flame sustained the hidden world of Sylvan Hollow, where seasons danced in harmony and rivers sang lullabies. But a parasitic plant, the gloomroot, had begun draining the lantern's energy, causing the woods to grow listless and silent. "The roots have spread deep," Corwin sighed. "To remove them, we must reach the heart grove, where the oldest trees hold memories of healing. But the path is perilous without light." Thalia glanced at her notebook, open to a sketch of a lantern, nearly identical to the one before her. "What if I carry it?" she asked. Corwin's antlers trembled. "The lantern chooses its bearer. If it trusts you, its light will respond." As Thalia lifted the hearth lantern, the violet flame brightened, casting patterns on the walls that morphed into maps of winding trails and fern-covered arches. "It's showing us the way," she whispered. Their journey began in the crystal marsh, where water pooled in basins of quartz, reflecting the sky in fractured rainbows. But the gloomroot had infected the marsh, turning the crystal murky. The air reeked of burnt sugar, and the once chirruping frogs now croaked in dissonant tones. "We need to purify the water," Corwin said, nosing a wilted lily pad. "But how?" Thalia noticed the lantern's light catching on a cluster of moonflowers growing nearby, a plant her grandmother had once described in stories. "Moonflower nectar neutralizes poisons," she recalled. "But they only bloom at night." Corwin nodded to the lantern. "Perhaps its flame can coax them open." Holding the lantern close, Thalia hummed a lullaby her mother used to sing. The violet light rippled, and the moonflowers unfurled like umbrellas opening, releasing dewdrops of iridescent nectar. As the drops touched the marsh, the water cleared, and frogs began harmonizing in grateful trills. "You've a gift for listening," Corwin remarked as they trekked onward. "Most rush, you observe." Thalia smiled shyly. "I've always preferred watching. It helps me understand without words." By dusk they reached the bramble veil, a wall of thorns that rattled like bones in the wind. The gloomroot had twisted the brambles into barbed knots, and the lantern's light dimmed as they approached. "It's feeding on the flame's energy," Corwin warned. "We mustn't linger." But the thorns tightened, blocking their path. Thalia knelt, spotting a ladybug struggling in a tangle of spines. Carefully she freed it with a twig, and the insect buzzed around her ear before darting into the bramble veil. Moments later, a chorus of clicks echoed as thousands of ladybugs emerged, their shells glinting like rubies. They devoured the gloomroot-infested thorns, carving a path. "Kindness disarms even the fiercest barriers," Corwin murmured, awe softening his voice. The heart grove awaited them at dawn, a circle of ancient oaks with bark like braided silver. Each tree bore a hollow filled with glowing sap that pulsed in rhythm with the hearth lantern. But the gloomroot had strangled the roots, and the sap had darkened to a sickly green. An elder tree, its trunk wide as a cottage, spoke in a voice like creaking wood. "The cure lies in unity. Combine the lantern's flame with the essence of trust, memory, and sacrifice." Thalia frowned. "How?" Corwin stepped forward. "Trust is the ladybug's gift, the belief that help comes when needed. Memory." He touched his antlers to the elder tree. "The trees hold the past. Sacrifice." He hesitated. "The lantern's flame cannot be relit once extinguished, unless someone offers their own light to reignite it." Thalia's chest tightened. "You mean?" "If we cleanse the heart grove, the flame may fade. To save Sylvan Hollow, the lantern's keeper must merge with the flame." Corwin's eyes glistened. "I've waited centuries for this purpose." "No." Thalia knelt, clutching the lantern. "There's another way. The symbols in the cavern, they shifted when I didn't stare directly. Maybe the answer isn't fixed." She sketched the symbols in her notebook, rearranging them like puzzle pieces. Suddenly the designs aligned into a new pattern, a flame encircled by roots and wings. "It's not sacrifice, it's sharing the light." Thalia placed the lantern at the grove's center. "Everyone gather close." Corwin, the ladybugs, the trees, and Thalia formed a circle, their breaths sinking. The lantern's flame surged, splitting into countless violet embers that floated into each being present. As the light redistributed, the gloomroot withered, and the heartgrove's sap blazed gold again. The elder tree rumbled, "Wisdom prevails where force fails. The flame lives not in one, but in all." Returning home, Thalia found the hearth lantern now a simple blue glass charm, warm against her palm. Corwin, though no longer bound to the flame, chose to stay in Sylvan Hollow as its guardian. "Visit often," he said, nudging her hand. "The woods miss your sketches." Months later, villagers began noticing changes: brighter autumns, sweeter apple harvests, and the occasional ladybug resting on ailing plants. Thalia's notebook filled with new creatures: a mossy turtle with constellations on its shell, a hedgehog that sneezed pollen. She left drawings by the forest's edge, where curious children found them and whispered tales of a kind-hearted girl and a lantern that lit the way to miracles. And on quiet nights when the fireplace crackled and the stars pressed close, Thalia would murmur to the charm around her neck, "Thank you for trusting me," and its soft violet glow would answer, a promise that even the smallest light could mend a fractured world. Story 31. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a young gardener named Sylvie, whose hands could coax beauty from the most stubborn soil. Her cottage stood at the edge of a meadow where the grass shimmered like emerald silk at dawn, and her garden was a tapestry of roses that never faded, lilacs that hummed with their own soft music, and sunflowers whose faces tracked not the sun, but the passage of friendly clouds. Yet for all the magic she nurtured, Sylvie clung to routine as tightly as ivy clings to stone. Each day followed the same rhythm, tea brewed at precisely 6 bells, hedges trimmed to exact geometric shapes, and every flower pot aligned so perfectly they might have been measured by the stars themselves. The first hint of change came on an evening painted in twilight's lavender hues. Sylvie was pruning her moonbloom shrubs when she noticed a peculiar vine creeping along the garden wall. Its leaves were the color of melted amber, and where it touched the stones, faint glyphs shimmered like submerged fireflies. She tried to clip it, but the shears passed through the vine as if it were made of smoke. That night, as crickets sang their twilight sonatas, the vine grew thicker, weaving itself into a lattice that glowed softly, casting dappled patterns on Sylvie's bedroom ceiling. She lay awake, her chest tight with a feeling she couldn't name, a restlessness that made the familiar contours of her room feel suddenly foreign. By morning, the garden had begun to rebel. Her obedient roses now curled into spiral formations, their petals shifting from crimson to a deep, starlit indigo. The lilac's hum had become a chorus of whispers, and when Sylvie reached to touch them, the blooms leaned away like shy forest creatures. Panic fluttered in her throat like a trapped moth. "This isn't right," she murmured, scrambling to reposition a wayward trellis. "A garden should stay as it's meant to be." Her distress drew the attention of Marnie, the village clockmaker, who often paused her walks to admire Sylvie's handiwork. Marnie's hair was a storm cloud of silver curls, and her eyes held the warm precision of someone who understood both gears and grace. "Something's alive in your garden beyond the usual magic, child," she said, kneeling to examine a patch of soil where tiny bioluminescent mushrooms had sprung up overnight. "It's growing with you, not against you. Can you feel it?" Sylvie shook her head, fists clenching around her gardening gloves. "It's chaos. I need it to stop." "Ah," Marnie replied, plucking a stray leaf from Sylvie's sleeve. "But what if it's not the garden that's changing?" The words lingered like incense as Marnie departed, leaving Sylvie alone with the rustling, shifting plants. That afternoon, while attempting to replant a disoriented hydrangea, she unearthed a smooth obsidian stone etched with a single word: "Listen." When she pressed it to her ear, the stone dissolved into a swirl of iridescent mist that settled over her hands. Wherever she touched the earth afterward, new plants erupted, not the orderly rows she favored, but wild, exuberant bursts of flora. Ferns that unfurled like dancers mid-pirouette, bushes heavy with berries that glowed like miniature lanterns, and a pear tree that bloomed winter-white flowers despite the summer heat. As days passed, the garden became a living map of Sylvie's inner turmoil. During moments of frustration, thorns sprouted along the paths. When doubt crept in, the stream that bordered the property flowed backward, its waters murky and sluggish. Yet the garden also responded to her rare smiles. When she laughed at a robin splashing in the bird bath, a cascade of jewel-toned butterflies rose from the meadow grass, forming a temporary canopy above her head. The turning point came during a thunderstorm that rattled the valley. Lightning split the sky, and Sylvie rushed outside to protect her seedlings, only to find the garden singing. Raindrops sizzled as they hit glowing petals, creating a harmonic hum that resonated in her bones. At the center of the storm stood a figure made of woven willow branches, its form crackling with verdant energy. "Little gardener," it intoned, voice like wind through reeds, "why do you fear the transformation you've already begun?" Sylvie's breath caught. "I don't know how to tend to this wildness." The willow creature extended a branch hand, and in its palm grew a single snowdrop, delicate yet pushing through frozen earth. "All growth requires breaking what once was. Even the mountains outside your valley were once molten and unformed. As it spoke, the creature's body began to unravel, branches knitting themselves into an arched gateway where none had stood before. Through it, Sylvie glimpsed a forest of impossible trees, their trunks swirled with galaxies, their leaves whispering in languages lost to time. Over the following weeks, Marnie returned often, bringing ginger biscuits and quiet wisdom. "My clocks," she said one afternoon as they watched fireflies perform their dusk ballet, "only work when I allow the springs to tighten and the gears to turn. Imagine if I froze them at a single perfect moment, they'd become sculptures, not living mechanisms." She placed a biscuit in Sylvie's flour-dusted hand. "Your garden isn't a thing to control, it's a conversation." Slowly, Sylvie began to participate in that dialogue. When anxiety prickled her skin, she knelt to weed not with tools, but with her bare hands, letting the soil's cool dampness ground her. She learned to prune not for symmetry, but to encourage each plant's unique shape, discovering that the rose's new indigo hue attracted rare midnight bees whose honey sparkled with stardust. One morning she allowed the rebellious stream to carve its own path through the meadow, and was rewarded with the appearance of water lilies that opened like pearl-inlaid fans at twilight. The final test arrived with the autumn equinox. The willow gateway glowed fiercely, pulling at something deep in Sylvie's chest. Taking a breath that smelled of loam and possibility, she stepped through, and found herself in a mirrored version of her garden, where every plant reflected not her surroundings, but her inner self. There were frozen hedges shaped like walls, vibrant flowers tangled in vines of self-doubt, and at the center, a sapling no taller than her knee, its leaves drooping. "This is yours to tend now," whispered the willow creature's voice in the breeze. Sylvie knelt before the sapling. As her fingers brushed its leaves, memories unfurled, her hands planting seeds with her mother before the illness took her, the comfort she'd found in strict routines after the loss, the quiet loneliness of perfect rose. Tears fell, watering the soil. "I'm sorry I tried to keep you small," she murmured. The sapling shivered, then grew, not just upward, but in spirals and arcs, branches forming a canopy that shimmered with protective warmth. Around it, the frozen hedges melted into wildflower patches, the doubt vines withered, and the mirrored garden dissolved into golden light. When Sylvie returned to her own world, the gateway had transformed into an ancient oak, its bark etched with the same glyphs she'd seen on that first mysterious vine. Her garden now thrived in harmonious disarray, structured enough to feel like home, wild enough to surprise her daily. Marnie found her there one evening, sipping chamomile tea as glowing moths traced patterns in the air. "It's still your garden," the clockmaker observed, smiling at a cluster of daisies that chimed softly when the breeze stirred them. "No," Sylvie said, surprising herself. "It's our garden, the lands, mine, the bees, we're growing together now." As seasons turned, travelers came to study Sylvie's horticultural magic. She taught them to hear the subtle songs of roots seeking water, to plant by intuition rather than charts, and to embrace the beautiful tension between care and surrender. The willow creature's gateway remained, though few could see it, a reminder that growth is never linear, and that even the wisest gardens hold mysteries yet to unfold. On quiet nights when the bioluminescent mushrooms cast their cerulean glow, Sylvie would sit beneath the oak and listen. If she stayed very still, she could hear the distant laughter of her mother in the rustling leaves, the encouragement of the willow creature in the creak of branches, and deep within herself, the steady, resilient heartbeat of a woman who'd learned to bloom in her own unruly time. Story 32. In a valley cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the quiet curiosity of an owl. Her home was a cottage perched at the edge of a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like cursive script, and the cobblestone streets remembered every footstep from centuries past. Though Leela loved the rhythms of her life, the way the baker's oven breathed warmth into dawn, how the willow trees whispered secrets to the river, she often felt a soft, persistent tug in her chest, as if her heartbeat were synchronized to some older, deeper drum. One autumn evening, while helping her grandmother sort bundles of dried lavender and sage, Leela discovered a wooden box hidden beneath a floorboard worn smooth by time. Inside lay a locket shaped like a crescent moon, its silver surface etched with constellations unfamiliar to her. When she pressed the clasp, it opened to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny pressed flower, petals like frosted sapphire, a stem as delicate as spider silk. "Ah," her grandmother murmured, her voice a rustle of autumn leaves. "The moonlace bloom, it hasn't grown here since my grandmother's time. They say it only thrives where the old ones walked." That night Leela dreamt of a path paved with luminous stones, winding through a forest where trees bore fruits that glowed like lanterns. A figure in a cloak woven from twilight beckoned her forward, their hand outstretched to reveal a palm marked with the same constellations on the locket. When she woke, the flower inside the pendant was glowing faintly, casting cerulean shadows on her walls. Guided by the locket's gentle light and fragments of her grandmother's stories, Leela ventured beyond the village to the Grove of Echoes, a place elders spoke of in tones dipped in reverence and caution. The air here hummed with the scent of pine resin and petrichor, and ferns unfurled like emerald scrolls beneath her boots. At the grove's heart stood a circle of stones, their surfaces carved with symbols that danced when seen from the corner of the eye. As Leela traced the markings, the locket grew warm against her chest, and the stones began to sing, a low, resonant melody that shivered through the earth. From the forest emerged a fox with fur like polished copper and eyes that held the patience of mountains. "You've come to listen," it said, not as a question but an acknowledgement. The fox led her to a spring where water cascaded over rocks into a pool, stippled with lily pads. "Long ago," it began, "your ancestors were keepers of balance. They wove songs into the wind to calm storms, planted gardens where conflict could root into understanding. The moonlace was their sigil, a reminder that even in darkness, beauty persists when tended with care." The fox nosed a flat stone by the water, revealing a compartment sheltering two artifacts, a flute carved from elderwood, and a tapestry depicting a community gathered under a tree with leaves of every season. "These were left for you," the fox said. "The flute carries the voice of what was, the tapestry holds the vision of what might be." Over days that bled into weeks, Leela returned to the grove, learning to play melodies that made raindrops pause mid-fall and fireflies sketch stories in the air. She studied the tapestry's intricate scenes, a farmer sharing seeds with a rival village, children mending a wounded hawk, elders blending their tea herbs with those of travelers from distant lands. Slowly she understood, her ancestors hadn't commanded nature or people, but had nurtured connections, tending to the world as one might a fragile, vital flame. Yet the grove's lessons were not without trials. One twilight, as Leela played a lament for the moonlace's disappearance, the spring's waters darkened and the stones fell silent. The fox appeared, its usual serenity frayed. "The grove dims when its truths are kept solitary," it urged. "Share the legacy or watch it fade." Trembling but resolved, Leela invited the village to the grove on the night of the harvest moon. As skeptics and believers alike gathered, she played the flute, not with perfection, but with the raw honesty of a heart unraveling its fears. The stones hummed in harmony, and the pool's surface rippled into visions, ancestors laughing as they repaired a bridge together, a child offering her last bread crust to a stray dog, her own grandmother planting moonlace seeds in barren soil. Then the tapestry unfurled above them, its threads shimmering to life, showing the villagers themselves rebuilding a fire-scorched orchard, teaching their children the old ballads, embracing strangers at the winter feast. When the last note faded, the locket's flower crumbled to dust, but where it fell, sapphire sprouts pierced the earth, unfurling into moonlace blooms that bathed the grove in bioluminescent blue. The villagers wept not in sorrow, but in the relief of water finding parched roots. That night they began weaving their own threads into the tapestry, stitching stories of mended quarrels and shared harvests. Years later, Leela would sit with her own grandchildren by the same hearth where her grandmother had once told tales, the flute resting on her lap. Outside, moonlace swayed in the breeze, its glow a quiet promise against the dark. The legacy was never about grandeur, she'd say, stroking the locket now cradling a new pressed flower. It's the courage to tend small, steady wonders, the kind that outlive storms. And as the fire crackled its agreement, the children's eyelids grew heavy, lulled by the certainty that they, too, belonged to something vast and tender, a story that had whispered through generations, waiting patiently to be continued. Story 33. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestones gleamed with perpetual dew, there came an autumn evening when the lanterns refused to light. Young Tansy noticed it first, her nose pressed against the frosted apothecary window as twilight painted the sky in plum and marmalade stripes. The copper street lamps lining the square, usually blooming with captive starlight by this hour, stood dark as unpolished coins, their glass globes filled with shadows that seemed to breathe. "Papa," she called, her breath making ghost flowers on the pane, "the village is holding its breath again." Behind her, the shop's many drawers whispered secrets as her father ground moonwort into silver powder. "Best fetch Granny Thorn from the willow grove then," he murmured, never looking up from his mortar. "And take the stone that sings in rain." Tansy's mittened hands closed around the river-smoothed agate from the windowsill, its surface still warm from afternoon sun. Outside, the scent of cinnamon and unresolved questions hung thick as the baker's famous fog cakes. She followed the crunch of her own footsteps past the tea shop where steam wrote riddles in the air, past the clock tower whose hands paused at 4:44 whenever secrets neared, until the cobbles turned to root-ribboned earth beneath the weeping willows. Granny Thorne's cottage stood on chicken legs, its thatched roof sprouting phosphorescent mushrooms that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Before Tansy could knock, the door swung open with a smell of burnt honey and forgiveness. "It's the shadow stealing again, isn't it?" croaked the old woman, her hair a nest of starlight and spider silk. "Bring the rain-song stone here, child. The lamps aren't empty, they're full of something that shouldn't be there." As Granny Thorne hummed a melody that made Tansy's teeth vibrate, the agate in her palm began weeping clear liquid that smelled of thunderstorms. "Now listen proper-like," the crone instructed, pressing a wrinkled ear to the damp stone. "Every 50 years the will-o'-wisps grow jealous of our captured starlight. They pour their shadow cousins into the lanterns, thinking we've stolen what's rightfully theirs." The solution came wrapped in 3 riddles, whispered through the stone's watery song. Follow the moth that drinks moonlight, seek the key that isn't there, offer warmth to the coldest heart. Tansy's boots scuffed the fallen leaves as they returned to the village square, now lit only by the worried flicker of household candles in windows. "Watch the air where light should be," Granny Thorne instructed, handing Tansy a jar of preserved sunlight that glowed like liquid topaz. As the girl held it aloft, the darkness in the nearest lantern stirred like ink dropped in water. A shape emerged, not mere shadow, but a creature all sharp angles and twilight whispers, pressing against the glass with hands like smoke. "Shadowlings," Granny Thorne tutted. Harmless as thistledown, but terribly claustrophobic. The wisps tricked them into these prisons, told them it was a game. She produced a thimble-sized harmonica and blew a note that made Tansy taste elderberry jam. The glass lantern globe fogged over, then cleared to reveal nothing at all. The shadowling had vanished. Where? Tansy began, but a movement caught her eye. Beneath the apothecary's rain barrel, a patch of darkness quivered slightly more than it should. They're escaping into any dark corner, she realized aloud. But how does that help? Every shadow needs light to exist, Granny Thorne said, eyes twinkling like the edge of a black hole. What happens when you have shadows without their proper masters? As she spoke, the village cats began yowling in discordant harmony. Tansy spun to see the moonlit cobblestones rippling like pond water, darkness pooling and swirling in ways that deflected gravity. The third riddle rang in her ears like a half-remembered lullaby. Offer warmth to the coldest heart. Tansy stared at the jar of sunlight in her hands, then at the shivering darkness beneath the rain barrel. Without allowing herself to think, she knelt and poured a thin stream of liquid light onto the quivering shadow. The effect was immediate. The shadowling solidified into something resembling a smoke otter, its eyes 2 chips of obsidian reflecting stars that shouldn't be visible for hours. It chittered gratefully, then streaked toward the willow grove, leaving a trail of glowing pawprints in the air. After it, Granny Thorne barked, suddenly spry as she hobbled after the creature. They followed the fading prints to the heart of the grove, where the oldest willow dipped its branches into a pool black as spilled ink. The shadowling plunged into the water, which began bubbling like 1,000 tea kettles. From the depths rose will-o'-wisps, not the friendly kind from stories, but jagged splinters of light that hurt to look upon. They swarmed angrily until the smoke otter shadowling chittered sharply, gesturing with its misty tail toward Tansy. Hesitantly she stepped forward, offering the now half-empty sunlight jar. "Your cousins thought we meant harm," she said, voice steady despite her trembling knees. "But we only want to share the light, see." She poured the remaining sunlight into the pool. The waters blazed gold, revealing hundreds of shadowlings playing tag with reflected wisps of light. The angry willow-wisps dimmed to a soft amber glow. One detached from the group, taking the shape of a flickering sparrow that landed on Tansy's shoulder. Where its wing brushed her cheek, she felt the gentle warmth of a dandelion clock dissolving in the breeze. When they returned to the village, every lantern burned with a new kind of flame, half-captured starlight, half-living shadow, dancing together in perfect harmony. Granny Thorne chuckled at Tansy's wonder-struck face. "Turns out shadowlings make excellent lamp cleaners, and wisps enjoy polishing stars. They've agreed to trade shifts." That night, as Tansy watched the square from her attic window, she saw shadows helping the baker roll dough into crescent shapes and wisps drying laundry with their warm breath. The stone that sang in rain sat humming on her windowsill, its melody now one of friendship found in unlikely places. Somewhere in the willow grove, an old woman and a smoke otter shared a pot of mushroom tea, while above the village the stars shone just a little brighter, knowing their light was in good hands. Story 34. Story 35. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a boy named Cale, whose hands could coax life from the driest soil, but whose heart clung to sameness like ivy to stone. Each morning he tended the same spiral of herbs by his cottage door, sage with its velvety leaves, rosemary sharp as starlight, thyme that whispered secrets when the wind stirred. He mended the same stone path each spring when rains loosened its pebbles, and every evening at precisely 6 bells he stirred a pot of lavender honey tea that steamed in synchrony with the village clock tower's chimes. Change to Cale was a crack in the world's pottery, a thing to be feared, filled, smoothed away. But the valley itself was a living creature, breathing through seasons and shifting its bones when the moon waxed full. One autumn evening, as Cale scrubbed a speck of mud from his windowsill, the earth sighed beneath his feet. By dawn, the old oak at the forest's edge, the one he'd climbed daily as a child, had vanished. In its place stood a sapling with bark like liquid silver, leaves chiming like crystal bells. Cale's hands trembled as he touched it. "This isn't right," he murmured, and the sapling's song faltered. For weeks, the valley's transformations multiplied. The brook where Kale gathered water began flowing upstream at twilight. Foxes grew coats that shimmered between russet and gold, depending on the light. Worst of all, Kale's cherished herb spiral started sprouting flowers he'd never planted, midnight blue blossoms that turned to face the stars. Each change felt like a thread unraveling from the tapestry of his carefully ordered world. He took to walking the forest at night, lantern clutched tight, as if vigilance could freeze time itself. It was on such a walk that he stumbled upon the weaver's cottage. None in the village spoke of it, yet there it stood, a crooked house with walls of living willow, its thatch roof blooming with bioluminescent moss. From within came a voice like a hearth's crackle. "You've been circling my glade for 13 nights, child. The tea's getting cold." The door swung open without a hand to touch it. Inside, an ancient woman stirred a cauldron that smelled of thunderstorms and toasted dandelion roots. Her hair was a cloud of thistledown, her eyes twin pools of molten amber. "Sit," said the weaver, pointing a spoon at a stump chair. "You're here because the world won't stop dancing, and your feet only know how to stand still." Kale's protest died as she pushed a clay cup into his hands. The tea tasted of questions he'd never voiced. "This valley mirrors what grows within us," the weaver said, tossing a handful of shimmering dust into her fire. "Your fear has become a cage, Kale. Even stones evolve, why not you?" He glanced at the cottage walls where tapestries shifted scenes, mountains becoming plains, caterpillars dissolving into wings. "But what if I lose myself?" The weaver laughed, and the sound made his shadow ripple like water. "Child, you're not a statue, you're a seed." The next morning, Kale found his herb spiral overtaken by those strange star flowers. Their stems glowed faintly, humming when he neared. Instead of uprooting them, he knelt, as the weaver had shown him, and listened. The hum resolved into a wordless song, melancholy yet hopeful. When he hummed back, the blossoms unfurled wider, releasing a scent that made the air taste like starlight. His first ally came at dusk, a girl named Tamsin who delivered eggs from her family's coop. "Your garden's singing," she exclaimed, nearly dropping her basket. Where others saw oddity, Tamsin saw wonder. Where Kale saw disruption, she saw rhythm. She began visiting daily, bringing seeds from places the valley had reshaped. A peach pit that sprouted silver fruit, onion bulbs that rang like wind chimes when harvested. "The world's playing a game with us," she said one afternoon as they planted singing carrots near the brook. Her boots were caked in iridescent mud, her braids full of shed fox fur that glinted in the sun. "It changes, we adapt, it changes again. Isn't it beautiful?" Kale wanted to argue, but the words crumbled as he watched her laugh. Sunlight caught in the mist above the reversed brook, weaving rainbows through her hair. For the first time, he noticed how the water's new path nourished previously parched ferns, how the fox's shifting colors confused the hawks that once preyed on their kits. Still, when the valley's heartbeat quickened as winter approached, trees shedding leaves upward into the sky, snow falling in warm, honeyed droplets, Kale retreated. He barred his cottage door, ignoring Tamsin's knocks, the weaver's owl-born notes. For 3 days he scrubbed starry pollen from his floors and tried to pretend his hands weren't developing a faint luminescence. The crisis came on the solstice. Kale woke to find the cottage walls transparent as glass, his reflection showing not a boy but a shifting silhouette, sometimes a tree, sometimes a stream, never wholly human. Panicked, he fled to the forest, where the trees parted to herd him toward a frozen lake. There on the ice stood his fear made manifest, a version of himself made entirely of static stone, moss growing in the crevices of his rigid limbs. "This is safety," the stone Kale intoned. "No growth, no pain, eternal stillness." The real Kale reached out, then hesitated. Stone fingers could never feel Tamsin's calloused hand during their seed-planting duets. A stone heart couldn't savor the weaver's storm-brew tea. He looked down at his own trembling, half-luminous hands and understood the choice, petrify or flow. "No," he whispered. The stone double cracked. From its fissures sprang 1,000 fireflies, their light melting the ice into a whirlpool of liquid sapphire. Cale didn't fight the current. As the waters pulled him under, his glow intensified until he burst from the lake's center atop a fountain of glowing water, his clothes replaced by robes woven from willow leaves and dawnlight. The forest cheered in a chorus of creaking boughs and owl hoots. On the shore stood Tamsin, the weaver, and a dozen villagers holding lanterns made from husks of the changed plants. "Took you long enough," Tamsin grinned, tossing him a seed that bloomed midair into a cloak of starlight. By spring, Cale's cottage had become a living thing, walls bending to form a greenhouse, floorboards sprouting edible moss. He still kept 6 o'clock tea, but now it might taste of peach one day and cinnamon clouds the next. The valley's changes continued, but where Cale once saw chaos, he now saw conversation, a dialogue between land and soul. The weaver, sipping tea from a cup that changed colors, nodded at his newest garden. "You've learned what roots know. Growth isn't betrayal. Even the oldest trees let their dead leaves feed new sprouts." Tamsin, wrist-deep in soil that tickled like laughter, added, "And what fun would life be if flowers only bloomed once?" That night, as Cale hung a lantern made from his first star blossom, he realized his hands no longer glowed. The magic had settled inward, a steady pulse harmonizing with the valley's rhythm. Change had carved him like a river shapes a canyon, leaving room for wonders he'd never imagined. When villagers asked how he'd made peace with the shifting world, Cale simply smiled. "I stopped building walls," he'd say, "and learned to dance." And in the space between twilight and dawn, if you listened closely, you could hear the valley itself humming its approval, a lullaby of wind through silver leaves, water over singing stones, and the quiet, relentless joy of becoming. Story 36. Story 36. In the amber-tinted hour when autumn leaves whisper secrets to the twilight, there lived a girl named Leela whose pockets were always full of acorn caps and whose braids carried the scent of cinnamon. She dwelled in a thatched cottage where the floorboards sang creaky lullabies, spending her evenings tracing constellations in the cobweb corners of the attic. It was there, beneath a moth-wing blanket of dust, she discovered the object that would unravel the seam between worlds, a music box shaped like an owl, its brass feathers tarnished to the color of forgotten pennies. When Leela wound the key 3 times clockwise, as all truly magical things require, the owl's eyes kindled into twin moons, casting liquid light across the attic walls. A melody unfurled, not the tinny chime of clockwork, but the sound of a brook laughing through ferns, of willow branches combing the sky. The air thickened with the aroma of petrichor and something sweeter, like ripening blackberries. Before she could gasp, the floor dissolved beneath her, and she tumbled into a shower of maple leaves that carried her as gently as a dandelion seed. She landed in a grove where trees wore bark like mosaic glass, their translucent leaves humming in harmonies that made her teeth vibrate pleasantly. The ground yielded beneath her feet, moss as plush as a grandmother's quilt. It was here she met her first friend, a fox whose fur rippled between copper and gold, as if someone had captured sunset in a paintbrush. He had wings folded against his flanks, not feathery but translucent like dragonfly membranes, thrumming faintly. "You're earlier than expected," said the fox, his voice the rasp of pages turning in an ancient book. "The Starlight Bazaar doesn't open till the moonthorn blooms." He tilted his head, amber eyes reflecting Layla's bewildered face. "Ah, you're one of the lost and founds. Come along then, before the glimmer wards catch your scent." Thus began Leela's education in the Whispering Woods, where fireflies carried messages in their bellies, and rivers flowed upward to feed the cloud herds. The fox, who introduced himself as Tindra, Spark in the language of dew, explained that her music box was a tide lock, a key to the threshold where human and sylvan realms brushed against each other. But the threshold was fraying. Flowers in the glades bloomed gray at the edges, the songbirds' melodies came out backwards. Tindra's wings, he confessed with a twitch of his whiskers, hadn't lifted him higher than a hawthorn bush in 3 moons. "The bridge of roots is crumbling," he murmured as they drank nectar from trumpet-shaped blossoms. "Your people stopped believing in crossroads. Now the anchor stones are slipping." Leela didn't confess she'd thought foxes with wings existed only in embroidered pillows. She simply placed her hand between Tindra's shoulder blades, feeling the warmth beneath his fur like a banked hearth. Their quest began at the hour of floating candles, when the woods exhaled luminous spores that clung to their hair like living glitter. To mend the bridge of roots, they needed 3 things: the breath of an unspoken secret, a thread spun from midnight, and the ink of a remembered dream. The path would lead them through the marsh of misdirection, where paths rearranged themselves like shy dancers, and up the staircase cliffs where each step vanished after use. In the marsh, Leela learned to listen with her soles. The mud gurgled warnings when quicksand lurked ahead. Reed tendrils tugged her sleeves away from venomous lotus blooms. When will-o'-the-wisps mimicked Tindra's voice, "This way, foolish pup," she countered by humming the owl music box's melody. The pure tones scattered the illusion like smoke. Tindra, in turn, taught her the etiquette of bribing hedge imps with licorice root, and how to interpret the freckle patterns on toadstools. It was during their climb up the staircase cliffs that Leela discovered her secret gift. As Tindra's claws slipped on crumbling sandstone, she grabbed his paw without thinking. A jolt passed between them. Suddenly Leela saw memories not her own. Tindra as a kit chasing lunar moths, an elder fox with a crescent moon scar teaching him star navigation, the aching hollowness as the threshold sickened. When they broke contact, panting, Tindra's ruff bristled. "You're a weave reader," he accused, though his tail curled around her ankle protectively. "Humans lost that generations ago." Leela stared at her palms, still buzzing. She'd always wondered why bruises on others made her own skin prickle, why she could taste storm coming on her tongue like copper pennies. Perhaps this was why her mother sighed over her scraped knees and daydreaming. She was a seamstress's daughter meant for darning socks, not unraveling the fabric between worlds. The final trial came in the cavern of echoing hearts, where stalactites dripped liquid silver, and every whisper bounced 7 times before fading. Here resided the Dream Eater, a creature of shifting smoke and moth wings, who hoarded memories in honeycomb cells. It demanded payment for the dream ink, a cherished recollection. Tindra offered his first flight, the wind parting his fur like 1,000 fingers. The Dream Eater's many eyes narrowed. Too salty with fear, it hissed. Next. Leela stepped forward. She thought of her father's pocket watch, lost at sea, its tick-tick-tick against her childhood ear as he carried her to bed. But as she opened her mouth, the memory reshaped itself, not the watch, but the morning she'd found Mama smiling through tears as she sewed Leela's name into her school satchel. The Dream Eater cooed, extracting the memory in a ribbon of opal light. "Ah, love strained through grief," it sighed. "Rare vintage." As the creature retreated into its lair, Tindra nuzzled Leila's trembling hand. "You gave a different memory than you intended," he observed. Leela wiped her cheeks, surprised to find them wet. "The watch was Papa's," she said. "But the satchel that was Mama's courage seemed more worth keeping." The bridge of roots wasn't a bridge at all, but a colossal ash tree whose branches cradled the moon and roots drank from star rivers. Now its trunk oozed amber sap, leaves shedding like tears. Using Tindra's star knife and Leela's hair ribbon, they mixed the dream ink with midnight thread and Tindra's secret, which tasted of elderberry wine and shame. He'd once guided a human child into the woods, hoping the threshold would steal her forever. She cried for her dog until he led her home. As Leela painted the mending sigils onto the ashes bark, the ground quaked. Shadows congealed into glimmer wards, guardian spirits gone feral, their antlers snarled with cobwebs, eyes milky with neglect. "They think we're thieves," Tindra growled. Leela gripped his paw, weave reading surging unbidden. The vision struck. The wardens weren't attacking, but begging. Their cores were fraying, eaten by the threshold's decay. "Change the sigils," she shouted. "They need anchoring too." Tindra didn't hesitate. He leapt into the spectral herd, etching smaller symbols between their antler tines as Leela redirected the dream ink. When the final glyph glowed, the warden's eyes cleared to deep forest green. They bowed, antlers chiming like wind chimes, and pressed their muzzles to the ash tree. New roots erupted, glowing like captured lightning. The threshold healed in a rush of color and scent, meadow grasses springing upright, brooks reversing their flow to spiral joyously skyward. Tindra's wings snapped open, catching an updraft that sent them both tumbling into giggles. As the first human child in centuries to witness the Starlight Bazaar, Leela traded an acorn cap for a bottle of four-season perfume: spring rain, summer hay, wood smoke, frost. She danced with badger musicians, sampled snowflake cheese, and nearly got adopted by a family of over-enthusiastic hedgehogs. At dawn, the owl music box appeared in her hands, warm and purring. Tindra pressed his nose to her palm. "You'll forget," he warned. "Threshold magic protects itself." But Leela, who'd spent years collecting the unremarkable, button fragments, birds' nests, cracks in sidewalks shaped like faces, simply smiled. "Some memories stay in your bones," she said. The final thing she saw before the world dissolved was Tindra winking, a star caught in his whiskers. Years later, Leela became a seamstress unlike any other. Her stitches mended broken dolls and hearts with equal care. Her tapestries seemed to shift under the gaze, showing forests where winged creatures peeked between threads. Customers swore her scissors never cut what shouldn't be lost, and that her spools of thread hummed in the dark. On evenings when the wind carried the scent of blackberries and petrichor, she climbed to the attic, music box in hand. Though its gears now turned silent, she felt the warmth of other roots beneath her feet, other stars winking through the cracks. And if sometimes her shadow stretched fox-seared and long-clawed on the wall, well, that's just the sort of thing that happens when you've been loved by wild magic and brave enough to love it back. 37. 37. The whispering music box. Beneath the velvet cloak of twilight, where fireflies danced like ember sparks above dew-kissed grass, there stood a village cradled by ancient pines. Its cobblestone paths curved like sleepy cats around cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing with buttery light. In the humblest of these homes lived a girl named Leela, whose hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching, and whose heart beat in rhythm with the rustling leaves. She noticed things others didn't, the way dandelion seeds swirled in secret patterns, or how the creek's song changed pitch when the moon rose. But it was the abandoned oak at the forest's edge that called to her most, its gnarled branches cradling a hollow big enough to hide treasures, or secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, while scouting for acorns to ink into tiny boats, Leela found something glinting in the oak's shadow. Brushing away moss and maple keys, she uncovered a music box no larger than her palm, its surface etched with silver vines and blossoms that seemed to shiver under her touch. When she lifted the lid, no tinkling melody emerged, only a soft, wordless whisper, like wind through reeds. Yet as the sound swirled around her, the forest shifted. The air grew sweeter, thick with the scent of caramelized apples and wood smoke, and the trees ahead parted to reveal a path paved in luminous amber stones. "Well," murmured a voice behind her, "you've found the threshold." Leela whirled to find a fox sitting primly on a root, his fur the color of burnt cinnamon, and his eyes twin pools of molten gold. He tilted his head, tail flicking with amusement. Most humans only hear the whispers as a tickle in their ear, but you listen. How interesting. And so began Leela's journey into Sylvaner, the hidden realm where autumn never faded, and where creatures of folklore tended gardens of starlight flowers. The fox, who introduced himself as Rowan, became her guide, teaching her to read the language of frost patterns and brew tea from moonlight. Yet Sylvaner was not the paradise it seemed. The once vibrant forests were growing muted, their colors bleeding away like watercolor in rain. Rowan's ears drooped as he explained. The music box was a keystone, a bridge between worlds, and its fading song was causing Sylvaner to unravel. The melody must be replenished, he said, by finding the 3 lost notes hidden across the realm, but only a human pure of intent can retrieve them. The first note dwelled in the Chamber of Echoes, a cave behind a waterfall where memories pooled like liquid silver. Leela waded through the shallows, her reflection fracturing into 100 Leelas, each showing a moment she'd been kind, sharing her bread with a hungry crow, helping a neighbor mend a torn kite, sitting with a lonely boy at the village well. As the vision swirled, a single note materialized, a clear, bell-like tone that clung to her skin like mist. Rowan nodded approvingly. Compassion, he said. Sylvaner remembers. The second note lay in the grove of whispers, a meadow where flowers sang in harmonies older than time. But the blooms had fallen silent, their stems brittle. They need a story, Rowan explained. One told not with words, but with the heart. Leela closed her eyes, recalling her mother's laughter as they baked pear tarts, her father's voice weaving tales by the hearth, the way the village elders' wrinkles deepened when they smiled. When she opened them, the flowers were humming a lullaby, and a second note, warm as a hug, floated into the music box. The final note proved trickiest, for it lived in the Tower of Shadows, a spire where fear took shape. As Leela climbed the winding stairs, the walls sprouted grasping hands, and the air thickened with whispers. You're too small. Too ordinary. What if you fail? Her chest tightened, but then she felt Rowan's tail brush her ankle, steady as a heartbeat. Fear's not your enemy, he murmured. It's just a moonless night, waiting for dawn. Drawing courage from his presence, Leela placed her palm on the tower's peak. Instead of fighting the shadows, she acknowledged them. You're part of me, but not all of me. The darkness dissolved, revealing a note that shimmered like starlight on snow. As the restored music box played its melody, a song woven from kindness, memory, and courage, color cascaded back through Sylvaner. Trees straightened, their leaves gilded with ruby and topaz hues, rivers chuckled over revitalized stones, and creatures Leela hadn't even realized were absent emerged from burrows and branches, their eyes bright with gratitude. Yet the true magic lay in what she carried home, a deeper understanding that ordinary moments held extraordinary power, and that listening, truly listening, could reveal worlds hidden in plain sight. Years later, when villagers asked why Leela's sketches captured the forest's soul so vividly, she'd simply smile, fingers brushing the music box in her pocket. And if sometimes at twilight a fox with golden eyes was glimpsed padding through the mist, well, that was just a trick of the light, wasn't it? The end. Story 38. Story 39. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 40, Story 41, Story 42, Story 43. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Boot prints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a wintermelon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath a moon-washed oak, sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Leela's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in Mrs. Bramble's cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. "Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms." Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. Story 70? Story 71. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Leela's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The peace shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the Crystal Wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Leela's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Leela, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity. Paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Leela tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. "Calculation, 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated. 27% chance of. His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis, some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Leela's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Leela noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terraloon as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terraloon, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values: kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the keeper of waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the keeper of waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. The Whispering Lantern. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into stars, lived a girl named Leela with hands stained from berry picking and a heart full of questions. Each evening she'd sit by her window, listening to the forest sigh beyond her doorstep. The elders spoke of a glimmering realm hidden within the trees, where fireflies carried wishes and rivers sang lullabies. "Nonsense," her practical-minded mother would say, stirring soup over the hearth. But Leela's bones hummed with the certainty of secrets waiting to be found. One twilight, as amber leaves pirouetted to the ground, she noticed a peculiar sight. A fox with fur like melted copper sitting at the forest's edge, gazing at her with eyes that held galaxies. When it vanished into the shadows, something glinted in its wake, a small lantern, its glass etched with runes, emitting a light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Layla's fingers tingled as she lifted it, and the world shifted. The trees stretched taller, their bark swirling with silver veins, and the air buzzed with the scent of rain-kissed moss and something sweet she couldn't name. The lantern's glow intensified, casting a path of liquid gold into the woods. Leela followed, her breath forming clouds in the crisp air, until she stumbled into a clearing bathed in moonlight. There stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glowing faintly, and at their center, a door no taller than her knee, carved from acorn wood. The lantern's light spilled onto the door, which creaked open to reveal a staircase winding downward. A world unfurled. The steps led to a cavern aglow with bioluminescent vines, where will-o'-the-wisps bobbed like curious sprites. A river of liquid starlight wound through the chamber, and on its banks sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat, knitting a scarf from dandelion fluff. "Ah," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "You've brought the whispering lantern. We've been expecting you." Leela blinked. "Expecting me." "Indeed," came a melodic voice. A woman emerged from the shadows, her hair a cascade of ivy, her gown woven from twilight. "I am Thalia, keeper of the gloaming grove. The lantern chooses those who listen not just with their ears, but with their hearts." She gestured to the trembling light in Leela's hand. "It's dimmed these past moons, for the grove's heart, the emberstone, has been stolen. Without it our world fades, and yours will follow." Leela's chest tightened. "Who took it?" "A sorrowful creature called the Shade, who dwells in the obsidian peaks. It feeds on loneliness, twisting hearts until they forget kindness." Thalia's voice softened. "The lantern will guide you, but only compassion can reclaim the emberstone. The journey begins." Leela agreed to help, joined by Bramble, the hedgehog, whose needles could knit bridges from spider silk, and Sorrel, the fox from the forest's edge, whose paws left trails of blooming clover. They followed the lantern's beam through meadows where flowers chimed in the wind and into a valley choked with thorny vines. The first test came at the Bridge of Echoes, a fragile span over a bottomless gorge. As Leela stepped onto it, the planks whispered her deepest fears. "You're too small, too ordinary," the lantern flickered, but Sorrel nuzzled her hand. "Listen deeper," he murmured. Leela closed her eyes, hearing beyond the taunts to a faint, warm hum, the same sound her grandmother's hands made while kneading dough. Love, she realized. The kind that stays even when voices doubt. The bridge solidified beneath her feet. The forest of whispers. Deeper into the peaks, they entered a forest where trees mirrored memories. Leela glimpsed her mother laughing as she hung laundry, and Bramble as a young hedgehog, trembling under a hawk's shadow. "These are the forgotten hours," Thalia had warned. "Do not linger, or you'll be trapped in yesterday." But when Leela saw Sorrel staring at a tree, showing a human girl abandoning him as a kit, she hesitated. The fox's shoulders slumped. "I thought I'd forgotten," he whispered. Leela knelt beside him. "Some hurts don't vanish, but they don't have to be carried alone." She placed a hand on his paw, and the memory dissolved into leaves. Together they walked on. The Cave of Shadows. At the peak's summit loomed a cave, dripping with black icicles. Inside, the shade coiled around the emberstone, a crystal radiating warmth like a newborn sun. Its voice slithered through the dark. "Why persist? The world is cold. Stay here and I'll spare you its ache." The lantern guttered, but Leela stepped forward. "You're right, the world can be cold, but that's why we need this." She opened her palm, revealing a spool of Bramble's spider silk thread, a clover from Sorrel's trail, and a leaf from Thalia's gown. "Kindness isn't a weakness, it's a fire we tend together." The shade recoiled, its form fraying. "No one ever stayed, no one cared." "I care," Leela said gently. "Let me help you carry the loneliness." A tear slipped down the shade's Inkai cheek, sizzling where it struck the emberstone. Light exploded, filling the cave, and where the shade had been stood a trembling sparrow, its wings shimmering with newfound gold. Returning home. The journey back was lit by a rejuvenated grove, a symphony of color and song. Thalia gifted Leela a seed from the emberstone. "Plant it where your world needs warmth," she urged. In her village, Leela buried the seed by the oldest pine. By morning a tree stood there, its branches heavy with lantern-like fruits that glowed softly. Villagers gathered, their faces awash in golden light, sharing stories they'd long kept buried. Layla's mother smiled, stirring a pot of soup now fragrant with herbs from the groves. Epilogue: The Light That Remains. Years later, travelers would come to marvel at the lantern tree, its roots knitting earth and magic into one. Layla, grown but still berry-stained, would smile, remembering Thalia's words, "The truest light isn't taken, it's kindled, then given away." And in the quiet hours, if you listened closely, you might hear a sparrow's song mingling with the rustle of leaves, a gentle reminder that even the loneliest shadows can learn to glow. Title: The Whispering Wood's Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart. As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth. As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. But our forest is not merely a place of survival, the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder. With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens, the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer," it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. "Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night." The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well?" it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the enchanted glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a soft-spoken girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a heart that listened to the world's hidden rhythms. Her grandmother's cottage, with its thatched roof and walls lined with dried lavender, held a secret no one had noticed for generations, a music box shaped like a turtle, its shell etched with constellations that shifted when moonlight touched them. One chilly evening, as the girl polished the old trinket, she discovered its hidden hinge. Inside lay not gears but a tiny landscape, a forest of silver thread trees, a river of liquid shadow, and a mountain that pulsed like a heartbeat. When she wound the key backwards, a whim sparked by the way her cat batted at the mechanism, the room filled not with music but with the scent of rain-soaked moss and a voice like wind through reeds. Seek the starfall glade where time folds soft as linen. Bring the moon's fingerprint and the spider's unfinished song. Thus began her journey, though she packed no bag save a handkerchief of ginger cookies and a thimble-sized lantern that glowed with captured fireflies. At the edge of the twilight woods, she met Lila, a barn owl whose left wing bore ink blot patterns that changed with her moods. "You're smaller than the last seeker," Lila hooted, tilting her head, "but your shadow has interesting edges. Follow the stones that refuse to be stepped on." The stones, it turned out, were pebbles that skittered away like shy crabs, unless addressed in rhymes. The girl learned to sing to them in a voice that mimicked the brook's chuckle, and they formed a path glowing faintly with the memory of sunlight. Deeper in the forest, where trees wore beards of lichen and mushrooms hummed in harmony, she found Bramble, a hedgehog who'd forgotten how to uncurl. "The thunder phoenix startled me," he mumbled through his spines. She waited patiently, offering a cookie crumb, until he peeked out with eyes like dewdrops. In gratitude, he gifted her an acorn cap filled with directions written in spider silk. Days melted into nights fragrant with elderflower and secrets. The girl crossed a bridge woven from willow roots, where a river spirit with hair of floating pondweed tested her with riddles. "What grows when shared but shrinks when kept?" Nessa asked, her voice a cascade over smooth rocks. "Stories," the girl answered, recalling her grandmother's tales by the hearth. The spirit smiled, parting the mist to reveal a valley where fireflies spelled out forgotten constellations. The true challenge came at the starfall glade, a meadow where fallen stars sprouted into flowers that chimed when brushed. The guardian, a mountain-shaped creature with mossy joints and eyes like quartz, demanded proof of wisdom. "You hold the moon's fingerprint," it rumbled, pointing to the girl's palm where the music box's key had left a crescent mark. But the spider's unfinished song. Here, the girl hesitated. Then she remembered Bramble's acorn cap and the half-woven web she'd seen near her grandmother's window, a pattern missing its final spiral. Humming the tune her grandmother whistled while knitting, she let the melody rise and fall like a sleepy breath. The guardian's stony face softened. It sighed, songs need not be finished to be true, only felt. From its chest it withdrew a vial of stardust that swirled with all the colors of dawn. The journey home blurred like a dream upon waking. Leela carried her above treetops tinged with first frost. Bramble snuffled directions from underground root songs, and Nessa's river carried her the last mile while otters raced alongside, giggling. When she placed the stardust in her grandmother's tea, the old woman's laughter returned, bright as the music box's newly repaired tune. Years later, villagers still speak of the night the turtle constellation blazed brightest, and how every cobblestone in the square suddenly revealed mosaic patterns no one had noticed before. The girl, now a storyteller with stardust freckles, keeps the music box on her windowsill, where it hums contentedly. Travelers often ask about her adventures, but she simply smiles and says, "The best magic isn't in finding extraordinary things, it's in learning how ordinary things can find you." And if you listen very closely on still evenings, you might hear the turtle's constellations shifting again, ready to guide the next gentle heart willing to wind a key backwards and step into the world's quiet, wondrous whisper. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Layla froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Leela, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is." The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. "Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it." They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. "The Shade King," Ember whispered. "He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes." A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. "We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this." Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. "South," he hooted, "where stone kisses sky." The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rockslide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. "Clever," rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. "But cleverness won't sway me, little thief." Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. "We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost." The hare, named Thorn, studied her. "The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him." Layla opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. "Please, help us save your home." Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. "Mind the crevices, and don't touch the blue ice, it bites." Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Layla, leaving trails of clover. "The locket remembers you," she trilled. "You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago." In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. "The magic chose your bloodline," Win murmured. "But magic fades when stories aren't shared." The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. "Go." Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. "The final warden's here." Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. "Wake up," she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. "You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together." Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. "The keeper returns," it intoned. "Speak your wish." "Heal the forest," Leela whispered. "And the Shade King." The keeper smiled sadly. "To mend a wound, you must first clean it." They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. "Stop," Leela cried. "You're killing it." The Shade King stilled. "I am saving it," he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. "The blight must be cut away." Ember stiffened. "He's not the enemy. He's a guardian gone mad with grief." The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. "You tried to protect," Leela realized. "But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever fighting infection." The stag trembled. "I forgot the balance." Leela approached, unafraid. "Let us remember together." Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic, Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Leila smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper, well done." In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. the forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song. And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest, to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and dense whispering forests, there was a legend that had been whispered from generation to generation, the tale of the Whispering Grove. It was said that hidden deep within the heart of the ancient woods lay a grove where the trees had the ability to speak, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The villagers believed that whoever could find this grove would be granted insight and wisdom beyond their years. It was a crisp autumn evening when a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth through the village. The sky was a canvas of fading golds and purples, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, a fiery-haired girl named Leora sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. The flames danced merrily, casting a warm glow that flickered off the walls and painted shadows that seemed to breathe with life. Leora was known throughout Willowbrook for her insatiable curiosity and her heart that yearned for adventure. Her eyes sparkled like the stars on a clear night, and her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Leora felt a longing for something more, something beyond the gentle life of the village. Her grandmother, wise and kind-hearted, sat across from her in a rocking chair, knitting with nimble fingers. The soft click-clack of needles was a soothing rhythm that punctuated the cozy silence. "Grandmother," Leora began, her voice barely above a whisper, "do you believe the stories about the Whispering Grove are true?" The old woman paused, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light as she looked up from her knitting. "Ah, the Whispering Grove," she mused, her voice rich with the cadence of 1,000 stories. "Many have sought it, my dear, but few have found it. The grove reveals itself only to those who seek wisdom, not for themselves, but for the world. Leora pondered her grandmother's words, feeling a spark of determination ignite within her chest. "I want to find it," she declared softly, her voice tinged with a mix of excitement and resolve. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Then you must listen to the whispers of the forest, Leora. Follow them with an open heart." The next morning, Leora set off at dawn, the air crisp and invigorating against her face. She dressed warmly in a cloak the color of autumn leaves and carried a small satchel filled with provisions. As she stepped into the forest, the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sound, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her boots. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant colors, leaves painted in shades of amber, crimson, and gold. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper into the woods, her heart guiding her as much as her feet. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving melodies that danced through the air. Squirrels scampered along the ground, their bushy tails flicking as they collected acorns for the coming winter. Leora paused to rest by a babbling brook, the water clear and cold as it meandered over smooth stones. She sipped from her flask, the water refreshing her spirit as much as her body. As she sat, she closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest envelop her. It was then she heard it, a soft, gentle whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At first, the sound was indistinct, but gradually it grew clearer, forming words that seemed to weave through her mind. "Seek the light that guides, the heart that listens," the whisper said, a voice both ancient and familiar. Leora's heart quickened, a thrill of excitement coursing through her veins. She rose to her feet, her senses attuned to the whispers that seemed to guide her deeper into the forest. She followed the sound, her footsteps light and sure. The day turned to dusk, the forest bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Leora's path led her to a clearing, and there, standing tall and majestic, was the entrance to the Whispering Grove. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching skyward like outstretched arms. As she stepped into the grove, a feeling of peace and wonder enveloped her. The air was alive with the soft murmur of voices, a chorus of whispers that seemed to sing in harmony with the rustling leaves. Leora closed her eyes, letting the grove's magic wash over her. "Welcome, seeker of wisdom," the grove seemed to say, its voice a gentle caress. "You have come with an open heart, and for that you shall be given a gift." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of understanding and clarity that was both comforting and profound. The grove's whispers spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the importance of kindness and compassion, and the beauty of the world that lay beyond the surface. As the last light of day faded, Leora knew it was time to return home. She left the grove, her heart filled with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. The journey back through the forest was a journey of reflection, the whispers of the grove echoing in her mind. When she returned to Willowbrook, Leora found that the world seemed both familiar and new. The village was the same, yet her perception had changed. She noticed the small acts of kindness that wove through daily life, the strength in the bonds of friendship and the beauty in simplicity. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with pride. "You have found the grove," she said, her voice a gentle embrace. Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude. "Yes, and I understand now that wisdom is not just knowledge, but the love and compassion we share with others." The days in Willowbrook passed gently, each one filled with the warmth of community and the joy of simple pleasures. Leora's journey had transformed her, and in turn, she shared the wisdom of the grove with those around her, weaving a tapestry of kindness and understanding that enriched the lives of all who heard it. And so, the legend of the Whispering Grove continued to be whispered through the village, a story of wonder and transformation, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, with hearts open and spirits renewed. As the years passed, Leora grew older, her hair silvered with wisdom, her spirit as vibrant as ever. The village of Willowbrook thrived, a place where the whispers of the grove lived on in the actions and hearts of its people. On quiet evenings, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Leora would sit by the fire with the village children gathered around her. With a voice as soothing as the forest breeze, she would tell them the story of the Whispering Grove, her eyes sparkling with the light of countless adventures. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the magical grove and the ancient trees that whispered secrets of the universe. Leora's tales kindled a spark of curiosity and wonder in their young hearts, a spark that would guide them on their own journeys of discovery and growth. One day, as Leora wandered through the village, she noticed a young girl standing at the edge of the forest, her eyes filled with the same longing for adventure that Leora herself had once felt. The girl's name was Arya, and she was known for her gentle spirit and her love of stories. Leora approached her with a warm smile, her heart full of understanding. "Are you thinking of seeking the Whispering Grove?" she asked softly. Arya nodded, her eyes wide with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "I want to hear the whispers for myself," she admitted. Leora placed a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, her touch a gentle promise of guidance and support. "Then listen to the forest and trust your heart," she advised. "The grove will find you when you are ready, just as it did for me." With Leora's encouragement, Arya set off, her heart brimming with hope and anticipation. As she disappeared into the forest, Leora watched her go with a sense of peace, knowing that the cycle of discovery and transformation would continue with each new generation. The seasons turned, painting the world with the vibrant hues of spring, the golden warmth of summer, the rich tapestry of autumn, and the quiet beauty of winter. The village of Willowbrook remained a haven of harmony and kindness, its people bound together by the wisdom of the grove. As Leora sat by the fire, her heart full of contentment, she realized that the greatest gift the grove had given her was not just the knowledge of the forest's whispers, but the understanding that true wisdom was found in the love and connections she shared with others. With a heart as light as the gentle breeze that rustled through the trees, Leora closed her eyes, the whispers of the grove a soothing lullaby that carried her into a peaceful slumber. And so the story of the Whispering Grove lived on, a tale of wonder and wisdom that continued to inspire and enchant all who heard it, a reminder that the magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey and the love that guided us along the way. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, The familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Leela," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Leela nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Leela lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silent Tongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. To find the quill, Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. The quill chooses those who write with their hearts, it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the Whispering Woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen Fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the Whispering Woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, Nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, but the forests. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn. As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it too was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life.